Chapter 876. Bringing along the 48 materials required for the divine, desolate sword seed. Chu Mu left the ore and metal region. He looked around again and chose the treasure region. This was a kind of intuition. Perhaps he would find what he wanted there. The treasure region was not as big as the ore and metal region. He could see the entire region with a single glance. All sorts of treasures were in Chu Mu's eyes. Chu Mu's goal was the last material, divine molten gold of heavenly desolation. According to the records of the divine desolation sword seed, the divine molten gold of heavenly desolation was dark gold in color. It was solid, but it looked like a liquid. It seemed to be flowing, but in reality it was motionless. It was very strange. It had to be known that the various materials required to cultivate the divine desolation sword seed were all rare and precious. Some materials could not tolerate each other. Once they merged, they would clash, causing both sides to be injured or one side to be damaged. To merge all sorts of precious materials into one had to have the divine molten gold of heavenly desolation as a foundation. For example, using medicine. Different medicines had different medicinal properties. They might complement each other, or they might clash with each other. How could one merge all sorts of medicines together, allowing the medicinal properties of each medicine to be fully displayed, without causing conflict and causing harm to the human body? Primer, also known as a medicinal primer. The greatest use of a medicinal primer was to perfectly merge all sorts of medicinal properties together, eliminating all sorts of drawbacks, retaining all sorts of benefits, and displaying them to the extreme. The divine molten gold of heavenly desolation was equivalent to the medicinal primer of the divine desolation sword seed. There were all sorts of treasures in the treasure region. Some were solid, some were liquid, and some were even gaseous. Every one of them was extremely precious. They were several times or even dozens of times more precious than the ores and metals region. Chu Mu was not moved at all because his goal was only the divine molten gold of heavenly desolation. Knowing the characteristics of the divine molten gold of heavenly desolation, it was easier to identify. It was a pity that the treasures in the treasure region could not be compared to the ores and metals in the ores and metals region. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he could immediately obtain the corresponding information. Searching one by one, Chu Mu's gaze finally locked onto a treasure. The treasure was not big, about the size of a fist. It was dark gold in color, but with a flash it seemed to release an incomparably bright golden light. It looked like there was a golden liquid flowing continuously, like a small golden river, but it was fixed in its original place. The flow seemed to be confined in a space. Overjoyed, Chu Mu's figure flashed, and he quickly approached the treasure. He carefully examined it and finally confirmed that it was the heaven desolate, divine molten gold that he needed. Outside of the heavenly desolation, God, molten gold, there was a faint energy, ripple. It was a protective energy. With the young palace master's sword token, Chu Mu had extremely high authority. He grabbed the heavenly desolation god, molten gold, and the energy on it flickered and disappeared. Chu Mu stored the heavenly desolate, divine molten gold into his spatial ring and swept his gaze over it. For a moment, he did not know what other treasures he needed, so he turned around and left the treasure area. "I'll choose another royal grade sword to use first," Chu Mu muttered to himself as he strode toward the sword section. Cultivating the divine, desolate sword seed art and refining the sword embryo would not be able to use it in battle in a short period of time. A royal grade sword was very necessary. Walking into the sword section, there were not many swords collected here. This was because those that could be collected were either commemorative or top-notch swords. For example, there were top-notch royal grade swords, and there were even quite a number of Saint grade swords. Chu Mu's target was a royal grade sword. He quickly searched for it. The starry sky sword was engraved with starlight. When it was swung, it was like a group of stars twinkling. It was as bright as the starry sky in the night sky. It was very beautiful, The void sword was completely dark. It was difficult to see with the naked eye in the night sky. It was silent. The heavenly sun sword was completely golden red and emitted waves of heat. The scorching aura made the surrounding air seem as if it was about to ignite. When it was swung, it would burn. If it was combined with the profundity of fire, its power would be increased one after another. Top-notch royal-grade swords floated in the sword section. Each sword had a different shape. Some were big, some were small. Some looked delicate, some looked mighty. Some emitted heat, some emitted coldness. Some were as bright as light, and some were as dark as darkness. The various swords dazzled Chu-Mu. For a moment, he felt like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city. He calmed down and picked one by one. Although these swords were very good, to a swordsman, the most suitable one was the best. Even if it was only for temporary use, he could not be careless. Looking at it one mouthful after another, Chu-Mu looked very carefully at each mouthful. His sword observation technique had already reached perfection. He could see if a sword was suitable for him. In the end, Chu-Mu stopped in front of a top-notch royal-grade sword without a sword guard. Its length, width, and thickness were normal. The sword was completely silver, and there seemed to be a golden flow on the sword's spine and blade, making the sword look even sharper. The non-returned sword had the meaning of not returning until blood was shed. The sword would definitely slash once it was drawn. It was extremely hard and tough. Although the non-returned sword did not have the heavenly sun sword's ability to increase the power of heaven and earth, like the void sword, it was tougher and sharper. Moreover, Chu-Mu liked its appearance very much. However, Chu-Mu did not choose rashly. He continued to look until he finished looking at the last royal grade sword. Only then did Chu-Mu return to the non-returned sword. Among all the royal grade swords, this was the only one that Chu-Mu liked the most. He reached out and grabbed the hilt of the non-returned sword. Immediately, the non-return sword trembled. A powerful force and an astonishing sharpness wreaked havoc, trying to break free from Chu-Mu's grasp. Swords had spirituality. The higher the quality of a sword, the higher its spirituality. It would also have a choice of its master. If one could not subdue the sword, how could one be qualified to use it? Chu-Mu clenched his fist tightly. No matter how the non-returned sword struggled, he did not let go. The golden light on the non-returned sword flowed, as if it wanted to cut off Chu-Mu's palm. Chu-Mu hurriedly mobilized his sword energy to resist, constantly attacking. This was a battle without smoke, but it was very dangerous. If he was not careful, Chu-Mu's palm might be cut off by the non-returned sword. Under the resistance, Chu-Mu gradually felt his palm become sore. The non-returned sword struggle also weakened a little, allowing Chu-Mu to see hope and continue to persevere. Finally, the non-return sword stopped trembling. Chu-Mu immediately felt an aura spread from the non-returned sword. It followed his arm and spread to his entire body. It was like an aura of submission. Chu-Mu knew that he had subdued the non-returned sword. Following that, the sound of wind breaking rang out. An aurora flew out of nowhere and wrapped around the non-returned sword. It was the non-return sword's scabbard. The non-return sword's scabbard had a simple design. The lines were strong and tough. It was the same as the non-return sword's blade. His left hand held the scabbard and his right hand held the sword hilt. With a clanging sound, the non-return sword was unsheathed. A fine golden light streaked across the dim air, as if it had cut open space. With a few swoosh, 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 no sword shadow could be seen. There was only a fine golden light streaking across the sky. It was incomparably sharp. Putting away the scabbard, Chu-Mu wiped the sword with his left hand's fingers. That cold feeling made Chu-Mu's heart beat faster. Taking out the scabbard, Chu-Mu drew a sword flower and put the sword back into the scabbard. He turned around and left the sword area in large strides. Now that he had the cultivation of the god congealing realm, he could choose a treasure robe. Entering the treasure robe area, there were many treasured robes. There were king-grade robes, royal-grade robes, and even saint-grade robes. Every one of them was worth a lot. The treasure robe selection was much easier than the sword selection. After a few casual glances, Chu-Mu took a fancy to a moon-white treasure robe. It was similar to the silver moon robe from before, but it was an emperor-grade treasure robe. Moreover, it was the highest level of the emperor-grade treasure robe. The 1,000 silk robe was a treasure robe woven from 1,000 kinds of silk. Every kind of silk was very precious. Not only was the 1,000 silk robe outstanding, it could also weaken the power of heaven and earth to a certain extent. The 99 materials for cultivating the god Desolate sword seed art were all gathered. He also obtained a suitable peak royal grade sword, the non-return sword, and a suitable peak royal grade treasure robe, the 1,000 silk robe. I'm still missing an inner armor. Entering the other areas, he continued to choose. In the end, he chose a peak royal grade inner armor called the Heavenly Python Armor. It was made from the skin of a heavenly python, mixed with scales and some precious materials. It was very soft and comfortable. It had outstanding defensive power and extraordinary defensive power. Let's choose another divine sense secret technique. This was Chu-Mu's final goal. The divine sense power of a divine condensation realm swordsman could be directly used in attacks and so on. However, in most cases, it was the most direct release of divine sense. This method was very crude and simple. It was easy to guard against, and the effect was not that good. If he cultivated a divine sense secret technique, it would be different. Different divine sense secret techniques had different effects. Chu-Mu had to choose one that was suitable for him. He entered the secret technique area and carefully selected. There were many secret techniques related to divine sense secret techniques. Chu-Mu looked through them one by one to see which one was suitable for him. After a dazzling selection, Chu-Mu finally chose a divine sense secret technique. It was an eye technique. Eye of Sword. This divine sense secret technique was divided into 2 parts. After choosing, Chu-Mu did not immediately flip through it. Instead, he put it into his spatial ring and walked out of the secret technique area. Immediately after, Chu-Mu left the treasure trove. Before leaving the treasure trove, he had to take out the treasures he chose and record them. Those materials were considered consumables, but the cultivation technique had to be returned. 49 materials, a peak royal grade sword, a peak royal grade treasure robe, a peak royal grade inner armor, and finally a divine sense secret technique, Eye of Sword. These were Chu-Mu's gains from entering the treasure trove. It could be expected that after returning to the small palace, Chu-Mu would have to start a new cultivation. He had to rearrange his time and strive to master the divine wilderness seed sword art and Eye of Sword as soon as possible. After that, he still had very important things to do. Chapter 877. In the cultivation room of the small palace, Chu-Mu finished adjusting his breathing and carefully comprehended the contents of the divine, desolate sword seed technique from beginning to end, not letting go of any details. Details determine success or failure. The materials were hard to find, and there might only be one chance to cultivate. After completely comprehending the divine, desolate sword seed technique, Chu-Mu went through it again in his mind and simulated it. Then he took out all the 99 materials that he needed. The first step of cultivating the divine, desolate sword seed technique was to set it up. The divine molten gold of heavenly desolation was temporarily not of use. The other 98 materials were placed in order. They looked like they were scattered all over the place, as if they were casually thrown away. Every material was very precious, and they all had their own fluctuations. Picking up the divine molten gold of heavenly desolation, he activated the earth core desolation flame and directly wrapped the fist-sized divine molten gold of heavenly desolation. The divine molten gold of heavenly desolation had a special characteristic. It became harder when it was cold and soft when it was hot. When the temperature reached a certain height, the divine molten gold of heavenly desolation would melt. After some time, the earth core desolation flame gradually recovered and became stronger. The temperature of the earth core desolation flame was extremely high. In just 10 breaths, the divine molten gold of heavenly desolation had melted into a liquid and kept flowing. Putting away the earth core desolation flame, Chu Mu used the power of his spiritual sense to divide the divine molten gold of heavenly desolation into 98 equal portions. With a flick of his finger, portions of divine molten gold of heavenly desolation shot out and accurately landed on each material, almost at the same time. After each portion of divine molten gold of heavenly desolation landed, it quickly spread out. In just a few breaths of time, it had wrapped up every material. All of a sudden, the 98 materials that had nothing to do with each other started to have a slight connection. The originally messy and incompatible auras also started to resonate with each other. Rise! Chu Mu sat down cross-legged and quickly waved his hands. With the help of his spiritual sense, he formed a hand seal. His finger was like a sword as it pointed to the sky, and a sharp light shot out. His sword fingers pointed out continuously, and 98 finger shadows broke through the air at the same time, pointing at the 98 materials. The 98 materials immediately floated in the air, and each of them was covered by the desolate God-flowing gold liquid, looking very beautiful. The 98 kinds of materials suddenly turned into small planets that surrounded Chu Mu. Chu Mu seemed to have become the main star, surrounded by stars. His expression was solemn as he mobilized all the power of his divine sense. His fingers that were condensed into a sword seal seemed to move randomly, but in reality there was a mystery hidden within, guiding every precious material. The Divine Wilderness Sword Seed art recorded that the first step was to arrange the position of each material. The second step was to melt the Divine Wilderness Molten Gold, allowing the Divine Wilderness Molten Gold to fuse with each material. The third step was to follow the order and fuse the 98 materials. The Earth's core desolate flame emerged from his fingertips once again and landed on the 2 materials with a flick of his finger. Originally, it was very difficult to melt these precious materials, but because of the desolate God-flowing gold liquid, it accelerated the melting of these materials. Very quickly, they melted into 2 balls of liquid that had traces of gold. The power of his divine sense enveloped the 2 balls of liquid, fusing with each other and seeping into each other. Bit by bit, it finally condensed into a ball. Following that, he began to melt the third material. According to the order, he melted the materials one by one and fused them into the initial liquid one by one. Fortunately, the Earth's core desolate flame was much stronger. Otherwise, it would be difficult to melt all 98 materials. The 98 materials fused together, forming a large ball. Under the control of Chu Mu's divine sense, it floated in front of him. At the beginning of the 4th step, the Earth's core desolate flame was strengthened. It was placed under the large ball of material-fused liquid, and it began to burn continuously. Under the high temperature of the Earth's core desolate flame, traces of black emerged from the large ball of material-fused liquid, rising in spirals. Those were impurities. No matter how precious the materials were, there would still be some impurities. The impurities had to be removed, and the material-fused liquid had to be completely extracted before one could enter the 5th step of cultivation. Under the constant burning of the Earth's core desolate flame, the large ball of material-fused liquid began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Mu was completely focused. Although he could multitask, when doing something extremely important, he would still focus all of his attention. His eyes flashed as he stared at the material-fused liquid in front of him. The power of his divine sense was also maintained at a steady rate. When this ball of material-fused liquid shrunk to the size of a fist, no matter how the Earth's core desolate flame burned it, Not a single trace of impurities appeared. Chu Mu continued to burn it for a while. When he felt that he was running out of energy, he withdrew the earth's core desolate flame. The fist-sized material had completely fused together. Under the high temperature of the earth's core desolate flame and the guidance of the flowing gold of desolate heaven, it began to change, turning into a brand new substance. From the outside, this ball of fist-sized metal looked like a ball of metal. It was a very pure silver metal. This silver color was like a mirror that could clearly reflect everything. A few golden threads slithered around the surface of the ball, like spiritual snakes. It looked even more exquisite and beautiful, causing Chu Mu to be intoxicated. It was like the most perfect piece of art in the world. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. He stretched out his hand and the ball fell. Chu Mu only felt his hand sink, as if he was holding a mountain. He gently touched it and covered it with his divine sense. However, he couldn't penetrate it. With a thought, the eyeball left his hand and flew into the air. Chu Mu mobilized the essence blood in his body and pointed his finger like a sword at his chest, where his heart was. With a muffled groan, he opened his mouth slightly and spat out a stream of light golden blood. This was essence blood, the essence of the blood. When it landed on the floating ball, it immediately flowed and covered the ball. After spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, Chu Mu's face quickly turned pale. His eyes also showed a trace of fatigue. However, the most crucial moment had arrived. He dared not rest, nor could he be distracted. He gathered all of his spirit to make himself more focused. His 10 fingers quickly flicked and cooperated with the power of his divine sense to form a series of hand seals. They turned into transparent characters that flew out and imprinted on the round ball from various angles. The characters formed by Chu Mu's hand seals were the unique sword characters of the divine, desolate seed sword art. They contained Chu Mu's divine sense, sword energy, and his own aura. When they landed on the ball, they fused together with the essence blood and seeped into the ball. When the energy was released, the ball changed from solid to soft. Finally, it turned into a ball of liquid. Opening his mouth, he sucked the ball of liquid into his mouth and swallowed it. Chu Mu could feel a cold sensation in his throat and esophagus. The liquid was flowing and entering his body. His divine sense was locked on, and he saw the liquid quickly flow into his body. It stopped at the Dongzhong acupuncture point in his chest and circled around. A person had 3 dantians, upper, middle, and lower. The lower dantian was where sword energy gathered. The upper dantian was where mental energy gathered. The middle dantian was usually not very useful. It was not that it was useless, but that there was no suitable cultivation technique for it. The divine, desolate seed sword art was to refine the sword embryo in the middle dantian. The liquid circled around the middle dantian. Chu Mu closed his eyes and his hands formed hand seals again. This time, the hand seals were internal. His divine sense produced a strange fluctuation that began to change in the middle dantian. It wrapped around the liquid and began to temper it. Chu Mu also began to imagine the shape of the sword embryo. The sword embryo of the divine desolate seed sword art did not have a fixed shape. It could be condensed according to one's preferences. It could be a heavy sword, a huge sword, a thin sword, a soft sword, a long sword, a short sword, or a strange sword. The shape of the sword embryo was very important because it affected the shape of the divine sword in the future. Some swordsmen were good at using huge swords, while others were good at using thin swords. They were completely different. If a swordsman was good at using long swords, but condensed a short sword embryo, the divine sword after it was formed would also be a short sword. It would be too late to cry. Chu Mu was very clear on what kind of sword was suitable for him. He had even thought of every detail, down to the shape. Han sword, an 8-faced Han sword. It was majestic and had a strong edge. In Chu Mu's mind, the shape of an 8-faced Han sword clearly appeared. Every inch of it had been carefully sculpted. Then, under the control of his divine sense, The liquid in the middle dantian began to squirm and change shape, slowly condensing into a sword embryo. The sword embryo was only in its embryonic form. It still needed to be hammered. Using his divine sense to condense into an invisible hammer, the shape of the sword embryo began to change. It gradually approached the shape of the sword that Chumu had imagined, until it was the same. He was completely focused, forgetting everything in the outside world. When the sword embryo was formed, Chumu's body trembled. His divine sense was also shaken and bounced away. The sword embryo had formed its own body. Before it became a divine sword, it had already begun to reveal traces of its sharpness. Chumu's divine sense surrounded the sword embryo and carefully observed it. He did not miss any angle. After confirming that it was exactly the same as the sword that he had imagined, Chumu was relieved and looked at it with admiration. After observing for a while, Chumu suddenly felt dizzy. He realized that he had used too much divine sense to condense the sword embryo. Previously, he had spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Although it did not directly damage his foundation, it still made him feel tired. He retracted the remaining divine sense and took out an elixir to replenish his essence blood. He began to recover the sword origin and divine sense. The sword embryo naturally floated in the middle dantian, with the sword tip facing down and the sword head facing up. Traces of golden light slowly flowed on it, waiting for the day when it was formed. It was peerless. When his essence blood was restored, the heavenly wasteland sword origin and divine sense were completely restored. Chumu felt the opportunity to break through. This was because his heavenly wasteland sword origin had been refined over and over again and was incomparably pure. The breakthrough began. A large amount of heavenly wasteland essence chi whizzed in from all directions, gathered and constantly entered Chumu's body. It was absorbed by him and rapidly transformed into heavenly wasteland sword origin, constantly enriching and increasing the quantity of heavenly wasteland sword origin. Chapter 878. With a buzzing sound, the radiance pierced through the sky. As the figure flashed, the sword light danced and turned into a roaring river. Like a tornado, it rolled up the surrounding stones and turned them into powder in an instant. The sword light converged and the sword returned to its scabbard. The figure appeared and the radiance in his eyes dimmed. It was Ho Qingming. "Brother, your sword technique has improved a lot." Linyi smiled. "Yes, it has." Ho Qingming nodded and replied. After losing to Chumu because of some insignificant reasons, Ho Qingming had been cultivating in seclusion since the day he lost to Chumu. Losing had its benefits. At least before, he was the top inner disciple. Without a clear target, his cultivation progress was slow, and it was difficult for him to improve. No matter what the reason was, he only had one thought in his mind after losing to Chumu, which was to defeat Chumu. With a clear target, he had more motivation to cultivate. It seemed that there was a promotion, which made Ho Qingming's strength improve obviously. The more perfect his sword technique was, the more powerful it was. "I have a feeling that I will be able to comprehend the rules within a year." Ho Qingming looked into the distance and said leisurely. Linyi and the others were stunned for a moment and then smiled. "Congratulations, brother." "That's great. That means that you will become a true disciple and a sword of Gojosian expert within a year." Some swordsmen were born with abilities that were different from ordinary people. As their cultivation increased, their abilities would gradually increase. Sensing was Ho Qingming's ability. He could often sense his own improvement earlier, so he could make better arrangements for the future. This was also the reason why he was able to skyrocket and become the #1 disciple of the Inner Palace. His sensing was 70% accurate. The remaining 30% depended on luck. However, even if it was not accurate, it would take him a few more months to comprehend the rules within a year. Ho Qingming smiled. Although he looked calm, there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. "Sword of Gojosian, That was the realm that many swordsmen pursued throughout their lives. He had been on the path of ultimacy for a long time. It was time for him to make a breakthrough. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. In order to break through as soon as possible and comprehend the power of laws, I will go into seclusion with all my might. I will not come out until I break through. Ho Qingming took a deep breath to calm himself down, but his eyes became sharp like a sword. Before that, I have a small matter to take care of. After saying that, Ho Qingming turned around and left to take care of his small matter. Cultivation knew no time. The desolate qi in the true palace's small palace was the essence qi of the heaven desolate realm. It was a higher level version of the desolate qi, and it was the essence of the desolate qi. It was completely different from the desolate qi in the inner and outer palaces. After a few days, Chu Mu's cultivation stabilized at the level of Deshang in the spirit condensation realm. Following that, the power of his divine will broke through and reach the level of Deshang in the spirit condensation realm. The quantity was greater and the quality was pure. After the breakthrough in his cultivation, Chu Mu began to cultivate the spirit sense secret technique, Eye of the Sword. The upper part of Eye of the Sword specialized in refining the power of divine will. Only after mastering the upper part could he cultivate the lower part, which was the true spirit sense attack secret technique. He did not use the sand of time again. After all, there was a limit to the amount of sand of time. He planned to keep some for future use. In the sword training room, the last sword steel was shattered by Chu Mu's sword. Chu Mu kept his sword. Looking at the broken pieces on the floor, he could not help but shake his head. It seemed that he had to get more sword steels. Suddenly, he calculated the time and realized that it had been 7 years since he left the Sky Edge Sword Palace. It is not easy for the power of ultimacy to transform into the power of rules. It requires a lot of practice and mastery of each power of ultimacy. Only after finding the opportunity and understanding can the transformation be successful. Currently, I have no clue. Chu Mu frowned and said to himself, the sword art domain has reached the peak of level 10. It is very difficult to break through to the next level. Similarly, I have no clue. In a short period of time, I will not be able to reach the level of Sword of Gojoseon. I should find some time to ask the third palace master if I can return to the immemorial world. Thinking about returning to the immemorial world and the Sky Edge Sword Palace, Chu Mu's heart was burning with passion. It had been a long time since he last met his friend. Exhaling, the passion in his heart cooled down. Calming down, Chu Mu walked out of the sword training room and planned to get the sword steel. Then he was notified that Ho Qingming had applied to challenge him again. The third palace master and the elders of the true palace had obviously accepted Ho Qingming's application. No matter what, Ho Qingming's talent was very high. It was obvious that he was worthy of attention. All right, I can test my progress. Chu Mu smiled after receiving the notification. This time the challenge was also arranged in the inner palace. Many people knew about it, and all of them came to watch the battle. Before Chu Mu arrived, Ho Qingming was already standing in the arena with his 2 swords at his waist. He had an extraordinary aura. It seems that Ho Qingming has become more powerful. Yeah, he took the initiative to challenge Chu Mu again. He must be confident that he can defeat Chu Mu. Ho Qingming must be very unhappy that he was defeated by Chu Mu last time. Now, there will be a good show to watch. Speaking of which, since the last challenge, Chu Mu has also disappeared. I guess he has gone into seclusion. I wonder how much his strength has increased. Let's see. There were many discussions, but it did not affect Ho Qingming at all. Chu Mu was late. He had no choice. There was still some distance between where he lived and the inner palace. As if sensing something, the moment Chu Mu appeared, Ho Qingming opened his eyes. His sharp gaze pierced through space and landed on Chu Mu's face. Chu Mu also looked over. The 2 people's gazes clashed in the air. She leaped into the air like a swallow and landed on the battle arena, facing Ho Qingming. "You have no chance in this battle," Ho Qingming said calmly. Ho Qingming said indifferently. His words had two meanings. He said he wanted to defeat Chu Mu, but also that Chu Mu wouldn't be as lucky as last time. "Let the truth speak for itself," Chu Mu replied calmly without changing his expression. "Take this." Ho Qingming did not intend to continue speaking. He drew his sword and spoke with the truth. When the sword was drawn, sword light flashed and the golden sword aura slashed toward Yi Futian. Ho Qingming's figure followed. He waved his sword again, and a storm was stirred up. Then, Ho Qingming's sword spun and water flowed. In an instant, he used 3 different sword techniques to attack Chu Mu from 3 different angles. Chu Mu also drew his sword. The first sword slashed the wind, the second sword slashed the thunder, the third sword slashed the third sword, and the fourth sword slashed the water, causing Ho Qingming's body to tremble. Then he used the ice flow sword, causing the water to freeze. Ho Qingming's body trembled, and he quickly retreated to create a distance between them. Wind ultimacy, thunder ultimacy, gold ultimacy, water ultimacy, ice ultimacy, and space ultimacy. Exclamations could be heard everywhere. 6 ultimacies. Chu Mu has mastered 6 ultimacies. This is unbelievable. How did he cultivate 6 ultimacies? Ho Qingming's eyes twitched. He could not imagine that Chu Mu had mastered 6 ultimacies. He had spent a lot of time and had only mastered 4 ultimacies. It was not that he could not comprehend more ultimacies, but he did not dare to do so. With 1 more ultimacy, the time needed to refine the ultimacy would increase by several times, which would greatly delay his progress. Didn't you see? Chu Mu not only has 6 ultimacies, but he has also refined all of them to the peak of the 8th revolution. Peak of the 8th revolution, that is a rank 1 human-grade, earth-breaking sword skill. This time, Chu Mu did not use his sword intent again, because his sword spirit and sword intent had not fully recovered yet. Although he lacked sword intent and his sword skill was not complete, the peak of the 8th revolution ultimacy, combined with the mountain trembling energy and the impact of his spirit sense, was still powerful. With fear in his heart, Ho Qingming attacked again. His body flickered and turned into multiple shadows. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. There was also the sound of wind whistling, disturbing the surroundings. He waved his sword, turning it into a golden storm, rolling towards Chu Mu like a tornado. It was like a destructive storm, cutting everything into pieces. Metal, wind, double, ultimacy sword skill. A high rank 2 human-grade sword skill. At the same time, Chu Mu also performed a double ultimacy sword skill, a sword skill that combined the wind ultimacy and the thunder ultimacy. It was called the Green Thunder sword skill. The Green Thunder sword skill tore through the air, clashing with Ho Qingming's metal wind and exploding. Ho Qingming rushed towards Chu Mu and performed a high rank 2 human-grade sword skill again. It was a sword skill that combined the wind ultimacy and the water ultimacy. It turned into a ring of water, carrying the power of the wind, cutting through the surroundings and attacking Chu Mu. Chu Mu smiled slightly and waved his sword. It was a sword skill that combined the wind ultimacy and the gold ultimacy. It was called the cutting wind sword skill. It cut through the high-speed flowing water, but its power was also offset. He took a step forward, and the Green Thunder sword skill attacked Ho Qingming again. With a cracking sound, it struck towards Ho Qingming. Ho Qingming's expression did not change. He countered with another high rank 2 human-grade sword skill. In just 3 breaths' time, Chu Mu and Ho Qingming had attacked several times. Each time it was a sword skill. Chop, chop, chop. The swords clashed and sparks flew. Chu Mu looked more and more relaxed, while Ho Qingming looked more and more serious. The situation had been reversed. Last time, it was Ho Qingming who was pressuring Chu Mu. This time, it was Chu Mu who was pressuring Ho Qingming. The improvement of his cultivation base, the use of his power Upanishad, and the study of sword techniques had made Chu Mu's competence progress significantly, which was much better than Ho Qingming's. In comparison, Ho Qingming's improvement was insignificant. The other people of the Seven Sword Tower were dumbfounded. The scene of Ho Qingming defeating Chu Mu with ease did not happen. With a low shout, Chu Mu took a step forward and cut into the middle of Ho Qingming's body. Once again, Chu Mu threw out his wind slash, which was beyond Ho Qingming's reaction time. He barely managed to block it before being blown away again. Chapter 879. You win. Wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth, Ho Qingming's shoulders, which seemed to be able to hold up the sky, relaxed a little. His straight back seemed to bend a little. He looked tired, and a trace of frustration flashed across his eyes. He could not find any reason to convince himself in this battle. He had lost, he had really lost. Last time, he was very clear in his heart that he had lost the initiative because of an insignificant reason. However, this time his strength had increased, and he was extremely vigilant. He didn't give Chu Mu a chance to take advantage of him, but he still lost. He lost to Chu Mu's powerful sword technique. In the last battle, Chu Mu only knew one sword technique. But this time, he had mastered more sword techniques than Ho Qingming. Chu Mu faintly smiled and didn't say anything. The fight with Ho Qingming made him even more aware of his own strength. No one talked about it. They had to accept the result, no matter what. Young Palace Master. Suddenly someone shouted, Young Palace Master! Young Palace Master! Young Palace Master! The cheers were like waves, each louder than the previous one. After this battle, Chu Mu had truly convinced all the inner disciples that he was the young palace master. Chu Mu stood on the battle arena, enjoying the cheers of the crowd. His heart was calm and his thoughts were drifting away. Ho Qingming glanced at Chu Mu and sighed. He turned around and left. This moment belonged to Chu Mu. His brilliance was incomparable. I want to go to the immemorial world. Chu Mu said directly. A middle-aged man was sitting in front of him. This middle-aged man had a fair complexion, as if he had deliberately taken care of his complexion. He was about 40 years old. Of course, his actual age was far beyond his appearance. Now, the third palace master had a smile on his face, giving others a refreshing feeling. Now, Chu Mu nodded. After he had become the young palace master, the third palace master and the elders of the true palace did not hide their faces when they met him. I come from the ancient sword continent. Chu Mu explained his origins in a simple and clear manner. I see. The third palace master nodded. We will depart in 7 days. All right. Chu Mu nodded. The silhouette of the third palace lord faded and vanished. He didn't ask why Chu Mu wanted to return to the Sky Edge Sword Palace in the supreme ancient immortal realms. Everyone had their own reasons for doing something. Whether it was good or bad, it was their own choice. They should bear the consequences themselves. Moreover, Chu Mu was the young palace master of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. In terms of status, he was on par with the 3 palace masters. The third palace master thought that Chu Mu was very talented, but he still needed more experience to become really strong and stand in the ranks of the human race experts. The time was set to be 7 days later. Chu Mu felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He took 3 deep breaths to calm himself down. 7 years have passed, let alone 7 days, he muttered to himself. He once again immersed himself in cultivation. Even if he couldn't increase his strength in 7 days, he could do some consolidation. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Ho Qingming went into seclusion in order to break through. Everything else went on as usual. Nan Wu and the others also began to show their talents. However, because Chu Mu had just defeated Ho Qingming again, they didn't cause much of a stir. However, geniuses were geniuses and would always shine. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The third palace master came to Chu Mu's small palace. "Let's go," the third palace master said. "All right." Chu Mu nodded. He didn't need to prepare anything and left the Heaven Wasteland Divine Mountain with the third palace master. The third palace master flew in the front at an extremely fast speed. Chu Mu followed closely behind. As if to test Chu Mu's speed, the third palace master increased his speed bit by bit. The speed of a sword saint was extremely fast. Chu Mu kept increasing his speed. Fortunately, his strength had increased, and his profound had become more refined. His mountain-quaking energy had also become more proficient in using his muscles. Otherwise, he would definitely be left behind by the third palace master. As if sensing Chu Mu's limit, the third palace master maintained his speed. Chu Mu also maintained his extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, they had pierced through the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The third palace master didn't say where they were going, and Chu Mu didn't ask. Unknowingly, for hours had passed, but the third palace master didn't seem to have any intention of slowing down. It was as if he was going to continue flying until the end of the world. Chu Mu even suspected that he was going to fly to the immemorial world. Gradually, Chu Mu felt that he couldn't endure anymore. This kind of extreme flight consumed too much of his strength. His recovery speed couldn't keep up, and he didn't have much strength left. Now, Chu Mu began to squeeze out his potential, relying on his tenacious will to forcefully support himself. "We're here," the third palace master said. In front of him was a stretch of darkness. It was an endless darkness that seemed to be able to absorb any light. It emitted traces of aura that made Chu Mu's heart palpitate. He plunged in, and Chu Mu had no choice but to plunge in as well. The third palace master's body emitted a faint light, guiding Chu Mu forward. After flying for about 15 minutes, the third palace master began to descend. Chu Mu also descended. He couldn't see the surrounding scenery at all, so he didn't know where he was. Finally, he felt that his feet were on solid ground. This is the highest level of danger zone, darkness domain. The third palace master's voice came, startling Chu Mu. The highest level of danger zone, darkness domain. When Chu Mu studied the information of various danger zones, he had seen records of darkness domain. This was the highest level of danger zone. It was a stretch of darkness. Experts at the level of Sword of Gojosian would get lost inside. There are countless dangers inside, and only sword saints could enter and exit safely. This small world belonged to the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, and only the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace had sword saints. Speaking of which, Darkness Domain was equivalent to the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace's exclusive danger zone. While thinking, Chu Mu's pupils trembled. Suddenly, light appeared in front of him. The scene that entered his eyes shocked him. A huge object stood on the ground. In the darkness, it emitted a faint light, allowing Chu Mu to see its outline. It was dark gold, simple and mysterious. "This is our Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace's treasure, Heaven Wasteland ship." The third palace master introduced, his voice filled with pride. "Heaven Wasteland ship. What's the difference between it and immemorial divine ship?" Chu Mu subconsciously asked. "2 levels. The third palace master said there is only one Heaven Wasteland ship. Its material is special, and it can destroy immemorial divine ships. It also has the magical power to break through space-time and enter wormholes. The space-time barrier between the Heaven Wasteland domain and the immemorial world is very strong, and immemorial divine ships can do nothing about it. Only Heaven Wasteland ship can break through it." Chu Mu did not have a clear idea of what the third palace master meant. He only knew that Heaven Wasteland ship was more powerful and of a higher level than immemorial divine ships. In the future, when you have the chance, you will slowly understand. The third palace master did not continue to explain. Instead, he waved his arm and a sound rang out. Then, a ray of light shot out and hit Chumu and the third palace master. Chumu only felt that he was enveloped by an irresistible force. His body seemed to shrink rapidly, and as though he had traveled through space-time, he appeared inside the Heaven Wasteland ship. Start. The third palace master stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. With a roar, the Heaven Wasteland ship began to fly. Chumu looked around. It was as though everything was transparent and he could see the darkness outside. The Heaven Wasteland ship does not need to be controlled because it has a spirit. The third palace master said to Chumu, which surprised Chumu once again. Spirit. It was a simple word, but it contained a shocking amount of weight. Everything in the world had a spirit, but in reality, such as stones, they had weak spirituality. The bigger something was, the more precious it was once it had a spirit. The divine, desolate, heavenly palace was the only one that had a spirit. This Heaven Wasteland ship also had a spirit. No wonder the third palace master said that there was only one ship. Head to the immemorial world, Sky Edge Sword Palace. The third palace master said again, and was received by the spirit of the Heaven Wasteland ship. In the dark, desolate domain, the Heaven Wasteland ship skyrocketed and its speed rapidly increased. When it rushed out of the dark, desolate domain, it was already astonishingly fast. From the outside, one could only see a huge, dark, golden, octagonal ship soaring into the sky. It turned into a dark, golden stream of light and pierced through the sky like lightning, disappearing into the horizon. Inside the Heaven Wasteland ship, Chumu did not feel the slightest bump. It was as stable as standing on the ground. Sit tight. We're about to break through the space-time barrier, the third palace master said, and sat down on a chair. The four sides were fixed. Chumu also sat down like the third palace master. After a while, he felt a violent tremor, as if a mountain was collapsing and the earth was shattering. It lasted for 30 breaths of time before it stopped and became stable again. No wonder the third palace master sat down. Now that the Heaven Wasteland ship has entered the space-time wormhole, it will take about half a year to reach the immemorial world. During this time, we will sit on the chair and you can think about some things. The third palace master said and closed his eyes. Chumu replied and looked around. He could see that the outside world was dark, even darker than the dark, desolate domain. He also closed his eyes. Half a year could be used well. He could think about sword skills or cultivate the upper part of the pupil of the sword. In short, he could not waste it. But soon, Chumu found that he could not cultivate properly. It seemed that he was affected by something and could not enter a proper state of cultivation. Half a year was not a long time, but it was not short either. The key was the environment. The darkness and the lack of sound were enough to drive one crazy. It was even more unbearable when one could not enter a state of cultivation. Even if it was hard to bear, he had to bear it. Sometimes the third palace master would suddenly speak and chat with Chumu, discussing some cultivation problems and experiences. Chumu knew that the third palace master was taking this opportunity to indirectly help him. Chatting, discussing, cultivating. Time passed quickly, and the darkness was not so unbearable. Chapter 880. The scorching sun of the immemorial world hung high in the sky. Thousands of sword-like rays of light pierced through the void, illuminating the earth. The countless particles within the rays of light contained a 7-colored radiance. Bathed in the scorching sun and wearing a white robe, Chumu walked on the land of the Sky Edge Sword Palace. A familiar feeling spread from his feet to his entire body, causing him to involuntarily tremble. "I'm back." Holding the scabbard in his left hand, he walked forward. Looking at the familiar building in front of him, Chumu's eyes were somewhat absent-minded. He muttered to himself as if he was sighing. 7.5 years. a full 7.5 years. It felt like a lifetime, but also like an instant. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, it had already passed. At a glance, there seemed to be many unfamiliar faces. Ignoring the gazes of others, Chu Mu quickened his steps. Relying on his memory, he walked towards Instructor Ji Tianxiang's residence. Chu Mu didn't know if Instructor Ji Tianxiang was present at this time. You. Instructor Ji Tianxiang's eyes widened, his pupils trembling. The finger he pointed at Chu Mu trembled, unable to suppress the shock and excitement in his heart. Instructor, I'm back. Chu Mu revealed a faint smile, concealing his excitement. Good. It's good that you're back, ha ha ha. Ji Tianxiang patted Chu Mu's shoulder. His tone was extremely excited as he laughed incessantly. After all, he was an expert on the level of the sword of Gojoseon. His temperament was extraordinary. After his excitement, he quickly calmed down. Looking at Chu Mu, there seemed to be thousands of questions in his eyes, but he didn't know where to start. You. After thinking for a while, Ji Tianxiang opened his mouth. His thoughts were in a mess, and he didn't know what to ask. Instructor, I'll explain my matter to you in detail later. Chu Mu seemed to be able to understand the excitement in Ji Tianxiang's heart. However, he was more concerned about the Zhen Tian battle team and his companions. How are Qin Shan, He Tu Gang, Tantai Liuguang, and the others? You have a group of good companions. Ji Tianxiang pondered for a moment and said, the Zhen Tian battle team has been developing continuously in the past 7.5 years. They have already become a top advanced battle team. According to what I know, they are currently entering the Crimson Wasteland to carry out a battle team promotion mission. Battle team promotion mission. The Zhen Tian battle team wants to become a super battle team. Chu Mu was a little absent-minded. It turned out that the Zhen Tian battle team had already reached this step in his absence. What about Sikong Zhan's Stardust battle team? Chu Mu asked. Stardust battle team. Sikong Zhan is indeed very powerful. He himself is very strong, and his talent is outstanding. Under his leadership, the Stardust battle team has developed rapidly. Today, they have already become the 4th super battle team after the God Slayer battle team, the Demon Slayer battle team, and the Monster Slayer battle team. Ji Tianxiang sighed and said, I know about the bet between you two. The Stardust battle team has already surpassed the Zhen Tian battle team. Sikong Zhan is also ranked 4th on the Sword Palace ranking list, just behind Jiang Tianmu, Haiwuya, and Wang Dao. Chu Mu nodded. Sikong Zhan was indeed very talented, and Chu Mu had never underestimated him. In 7.5 years, if he could have such a huge improvement, there was no reason that others couldn't. There was nothing strange about it. Now I have returned. Chu Mu said. Yes, you have returned. Ji Tianxiang laughed and said, Your strength has also reached the spirit condensation realm. Deshang, the god sealing blood curse of the underworld god clan, was unable to do anything to you in the end. Instructor, I want to enter the Crimson Wasteland and meet up with my companions. Chu Mu said and stood up. Go. I will report the news of your return to Instructor Lingyun. Ji Tianxiang said. Nodding, Chu Mu left and quickly went to the elite disciple area. He entered the stop battle tower and showed his battle team badge to check the mission of the Zhen Tian battle team. Chu Mu still had the sword badge of the Sky Edge Sword Palace's elite disciple. Therefore, he could directly enter the Sky Edge Valley through the Crimson Door. Compared to 7.5 years ago, the Sky Edge Valley hadn't changed at all. However, there were many unfamiliar faces. They should be the new elite disciples in the past 7.5 years. 7.5 years was enough for a lot of things to happen. Chu Mu, who was in the limelight back then, had already been forgotten in the corner of people's hearts. Some people even didn't have any impression of him. Therefore, when Chu Mu entered the Sky Edge Valley, he didn't cause any waves. Some people looked at him curiously. He was an unfamiliar face, nothing more. He strode towards the exit of the Sky Edge Valley and passed by a few people. That person, the swordsman who passed by Chumu, stopped and turned his head to look at Chumu's back. He revealed a thoughtful expression. "What's wrong?" His companion also turned his head and asked curiously, "Nothing. I just feel that that person is a little familiar." "What's so strange about that?" His companion smiled casually. "That's true." He also smiled. There were so many elite disciples in the Sky Edge Sword Palace. It was normal for someone to be familiar. Taking a deep breath, the unique smell of the crimson wasteland entered his nose. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, flying forward rapidly. Although he couldn't fly, Chumu's speed was still very fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The crimson wasteland was very big. Chumu didn't know where the members of the Zhan Tian battle team were. Fortunately, his speed was fast. He could only rely on his extraordinary speed and eyesight to search quickly. He could also find and ask. There were some methods that he could use to find out. The aura of the god condensation realm spread out, alarming the ancient beasts in all directions. They didn't dare to come close, let alone attack Chumu. Chumu was unimpeded. As he continued to move forward, Chumu would stop and ask when he encountered a human swordsman. "The Zhen Tian battle team. I don't know. I don't know where to go." Most of the time he didn't know the answer. Sometimes he would encounter foreign races, such as the Yen race, Berserker race, Heavenly Demon race, and so on. When they saw Chumu alone, they all treated him as prey. In the end, they died under Chumu's sword. They were all killed instantly. After a while, Chumu met another human swordsman battle team. It was the core team of a high-level battle team. The team leader was a god condensation realm swordsman. 7.5 years ago, the high-level battle teams of the Sky Edge Sword Palace were basically all extreme astral realm swordsmen. Only the 3 super battle teams had god condensation realm swordsmen. Everyone would improve. After 7.5 years, it was normal for them to break through from the astral realm to the god condensation realm. What's the matter? The team leader of this high-level battle team stared at Chumu and said coldly, "Have you seen the members of the Zhan Tian battle team?" Chumu asked directly. The aura of the god condensation realm was emitted from his body. However, he controlled it at the entry level of the god condensation realm, which was similar to the team leaders. The Zhen Tian battle team. The team leader thought for a while, as if he was considering whether to say it or not. He then nodded. "I have seen them. They are currently on a mission to promote a high-level battle team to a super battle team." "Where?" Chumu quickly asked. "I don't know exactly where they are. However, when I met them a few days ago, they were heading in that direction." The team leader pointed to the left and said, "Thank you." Chumu nodded and quickly moved in the direction the team leader had pointed. Although they had met a few days ago, and he couldn't be sure if the members of the Zhan Tian battle team were still in that direction, it was better than searching aimlessly. This was just a small interlude. "Everyone, good news. Ming Yan and Emil Luosher have separated from Kuang Chile. It's time for us to strike," Wukong said in a low voice as his body shook and turned from a small shadow to a human. "They have finally separated. It's time to kill Kuang Chile." Tu Gang, Qin Shanha, Tantai Liuguang, and the others were all delighted. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Their mission this time was to kill the genius of the heavenly demon tribe, Kuang Chile. Only then would they be able to complete the mission and promote the Zhan Tian battle team to a super battle team. Kuang Chile was very powerful. They had made a thorough plan before they dared to strike and kill Kuang Chile. However, they didn't expect that the genius of the underworld god clan, Ming Yan, and the genius of the earth demon tribe, Emil Luosher, would be together with Kuang Chile. The underworld god clan had always been strange and feared. Ming Yan was more difficult to deal with than Kuang Chile. Moreover, Emil Luosher was an assassin. They were no match for them. Once they struck, not only would they not be able to complete the mission, they might even be wiped out. Now they finally had the chance. Ming Yen, Emil Luosher, and Kwang Chule had separated. It was the best time for them to strike. According to our plan, I will face Kwang Chule head-on, and you guys will assist me from the side. Let's try to kill Kwang Chule in the shortest time possible, Gong Feiyu said. He was the most powerful person in the Zhen Tian battle team and was obviously stronger than the others. Only he had the strength to face Kwang Chule head-on. All right, let's do it according to the plan. Immediately, the 9 members of the Zhen Tian battle team moved quickly and rushed towards Kwang Chule. Kill! Gong Feiyu shouted and turned into a gust of wind, rushing towards Kwang Chule. He unsheathed his sword and slashed towards Kwang Chule's back. Suddenly, Kwang Chule turned around with a strange smile on his face. He threw out a palm attack, and a palm print quickly enlarged in front of Gong Feiyu's eyes. You little rats have finally come out. Gong Feiyu knew that they had been tricked. Before he could say anything, the others flew out from different directions and attacked Kwang Chule with their swords. However, Kwang Chule was already prepared. He waved his other arm, and a gust of wind broke through the air. Next to him, lightning struck down from the sky. It's really the little rats of the Zhen Tian battle team. A figure in a black robe appeared. He was the one who had released the lightning. There are 9 of you. Just nice to catch all of you in one fell swoop. A strange and chilling voice came from the ground. Gong Feiyu and Kwang Chule clashed with their swords. They retreated and joined the others. Their faces were solemn. Now, they knew that they had fallen into a trap. Obviously, the other party's goal was to lure them out and catch all of them in one fell swoop. Wukong's face was pale. He was very good at being a scout and was responsible for investigation in the battle team. He had never made a mistake. It seemed that he had failed this time. Chapter 881. The mysterious Ming Yen of the underworld god clan, the tall and strong Kwang Chule of the heavenly demon clan, and the hidden Emil Luosher of the earth demon clan had locked their auras on the members of the Zhen Tian battle team, making them feel as if there was nowhere to escape to. It's not your fault. Tu Gang patted Wukong's shoulder and said, Don't you know that we, the earth demon clan, are the masters of investigation? Emil Luosher's strange voice came from the ground. The only thing we can do now is to fight to the death. Lu Chao said angrily, That's right. They will have to pay a heavy price if they want to take our lives. Qin Shanha said in a deep voice. Tantai Liuguang did not say anything. He just held the sword in his hand tightly, and his eyes became sharper. Everyone's eyes were filled with determination. There was no way to escape. They could only fight to the death. It's a pity that the Zhen Tian battle team. Qin Shanha suddenly sighed softly. His tone made Tu Gang and Tantai Liuguang's expression become heavier. The 3 of them could be said to be the earliest to join the Zhen Tian battle team, especially Qin Shanha, who was directly involved in the creation of the Zhen Tian battle team. He had the deepest feelings for the Zhen Tian battle team and could understand the purpose of the Zhen Tian battle team. I believe that our captain is still alive somewhere in the immemorial world. One day he will know about these things. The Xintian battle squad will not end here. Tantai Liuguang suddenly opened his mouth and said something that shocked everyone. The others, including the strongest Gong Feiyu, were silent. They did not know what to say. When they joined the Xintian battle team didn't have a captain. They only had a vice-captain, Qin Shanha. Qin Shanha's strength was limited among everyone. He couldn't intimidate a powerful elite disciple like Gong Feiyu. Everyone knew that Gong Feiyu wanted to lead the Zhen Tian battle team with his strength and become the captain. Unfortunately, Qin Shanha, Tu Gang, and Tantai Liuguang did not allow him to do so. Gong Feiyu was the most powerful, so he had the most say. Tu Gang and the others would not object when he gave orders. However, They did not allow him to be the captain because, in their hearts, there was only one captain. Fortunately, Gong Feiyu was not that enthusiastic about the position of captain. Therefore, for the past few years, the Gentian battle team had been surviving in this way until now. Perhaps it was about to come to an end. In the past, our captain killed 2 geniuses of the Nether God clan with a single sword. Now, even if we die in battle, we can't tarnish the reputation of Gentian's battle team. Tu Gang laughed. Your captain? Are you talking about the one called Chumu? Kwang Chiulei's tone had a hint of sarcasm. No matter how talented you are, you will become a cripple after being hit by the god-sealing blood curse of our god clan. Even if Chumu wasn't hit by the god-sealing blood curse, he wouldn't be able to escape death if he dared to appear here. Ming Yen sneered. Tu Gang and the others did not start a meaningless discussion with him. You want to kill me, right? I will give you a chance. Let your strongest person come and fight with me. If you win, not only will you be able to kill me, you will also be able to return to the Sky Edge Sword Palace safely. Kwang Chiulei suddenly said. His eyes were filled with ridicule. I promise. Ming Yan also said, don't fall into their trap. Their goal is to make fun of us. Wukong said. He was even more vigilant now that he had fallen into their trap. I will fight with Kwang Chiulei. You guys look for an opportunity to escape. Gong Feiyu said. He took a step forward and rushed towards Kwang Chiulei. He raised his sword and slashed. Sword light wreaked havoc, cutting open the sky of the Crimson Wasteland. When the sword was about to reach Kwang Chiulei, it suddenly changed. It was as beautiful as a feather, silent and light. Kwang Chiulei was unable to determine where the sword was going to land. Kwang Chiulei laughed out loud. He continuously slapped with his palms, creating a terrifying wind. The wind created by his palms seemed to be able to destroy a mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword light danced in the air and destroyed the wind created by the palms. Gong Feiyu's sword intent and profound had been refined to rank 7. He was also the only person in Zhen Tian's team who had refined his sword intent and profound to rank 7. Among the current elite disciples of Sky Edge Sword Palace, he was the 6th person to have refined his sword intent and profound to rank 7. Kwang Chiulei was one of the rare geniuses of Purple Lingji Continent's Heavenly Demon Tribe. His demon intent and profound had also been refined to rank 7. Heavenly Demon Tribe's members had strong physical bodies. Kwang Chiulei did not need any weapons. He was a weapon himself. Kwang Chiulei and Gong Feiyu were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand in the battle. Tu Gang and the rest were observing the surroundings to see if there was a chance to make a move. Ming Yan of Nether God Clan and Emo Luoshi of Earth Demon Clan, who was hiding underground, were at the same level as Kwang Chiulei. They were not their match. Gong Feiyu's strength was weaker after all. He was gradually suppressed by Kwang Chiulei. Ming Yan and Emo Luoshi's auras were locked onto Tu Gang and the rest. They did not dare to act rashly. Kwang Chiulei's palm suddenly enlarged. It was a heavy blow that could shatter a mountain. Gong Feiyu could not resist it and was sent flying. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He suffered internal injuries. You want to kill me with such strength? You humans are too naive. Kwang Chiulei laughed maniacally. Since you can't kill me, you will all die. There's no need to rush. The Xintian battle team is very famous. Let's capture these people alive and turn them into puppets. We'll show the ants of the Sky Edge Sword Palace how powerful we are. Ming Yan laughed. Gong Feiyu swallowed a pill with an ugly expression. Even if we die, we cannot be captured. Tu Gang shouted. Being captured meant being refined into an underworld god puppet. No one was willing to accept such an outcome. They were all prepared to self-detonate. They will not die, nor will they be captured. At this time, a calm voice came from afar. Who is it? Kwang Chiulei roared. Tu Gang, Qin Shanha, and Tantai Liuguang were stunned. They felt that the voice was familiar, but they could not recall where they had heard it before. They just felt that it was very important. So there are reinforcements. Come out and be my puppet together. Ming Yen laughed strangely. Let's see if you have the ability to refine me into a puppet. The voice came from afar. A figure appeared in front of everyone at a speed that was beyond their imagination. His back was facing Tu Gang and the rest, and he was facing Quan Chile and Ming Yen. He was wearing a white robe that was as shiny as new. The material was extraordinary. His long black hair and sleeves danced in the wind. His eyes were deep like stars, as if they contained infinite mysteries. As soon as he appeared, the center of the crimson wasteland seemed to have shifted to his feet. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Tu Gang, Qin Shanha, and Tantai Liuguang stared at the back of the figure. They felt that the silhouette was very familiar. Coupled with the familiar tone, their bodies suddenly trembled. They were very excited and could not speak for a moment. Gong Feiyu and the others were confused. It seems that you are very confident. Ming Yen said, I will give you a chance. Tell me your name. Remember, the person who will kill you is Chu Mu. The moment the man in the white robe said his name, Tu Gang and the other two's eyes widened. Chu Mu's sword was unsheathed in an instant, the sword of no return. When the sword was unsheathed, only blood could be seen. The green wind blade that looked like it was made of metal instantly left the sword of no return and shot out. The sword technique of cutting wind. Fast, extremely fast. Ming Yen did not even have time to react. The green wind blade enlarged in front of his eyes and filled the entire world. Then he felt as if the sky and earth had turned upside down. Quan Chole was shocked. Ming Yen had been killed by this human swordsman who had appeared out of nowhere. He was so scared that he quickly used a secret technique. He turned into a ray of demonic light and shot up into the sky like a rock, trying to escape. Chu Mu did not even raise his head. He swung his sword again. With a crack, purple lightning pierced through the air and hit Quan Chile. Quan Chile's body exploded into pieces and fell to the ground. The sword stabbed into the ground. The powerful vibrations combined with the profound meaning of earth. It shattered the earth and rushed toward Emo Luosher of the Earth Demon Clan. Emo Luosher of the Earth Demon Clan was already scared out of his wits when Chu Mu killed Ming Yen. He quickly used the innate ability of the Earth Demon Clan to escape underground. However, as soon as he made it a certain distance away, he sensed a terrifying and irresistible force rumbling towards him. It struck his body, causing him to shatter beneath the ground. 3 swords. From the beginning to the end, Chu Mu had only used 3 swords to kill 3 geniuses from different clans. The members of Zhen Tian's battle team were all dumbfounded. They were petrified. Their minds and thoughts were frozen. They could not think. Everyone long time no see. Sheathing his sword, Chu Mu turned to look at Qin Shanha, Tu Gang, and Tantai Liuguang. He smiled. His voice woke everyone up. They all looked at him as if he was a peerless monster. Team! Team! Qin Shanha was tongue-tied. He could not utter the name. Team leader, you're finally back. Tu Gang took a deep breath and exhaled. He tried to calm himself down. He was so excited that his body and voice were trembling. Tantai Liuguang did not say anything. However, his trembling hands revealed his feelings. Team leader. When Tu Gang said those 2 words, it was as if thunder had exploded in the minds of Gong Feiyu and the others. Thousands of lightning bolts struck and turned into a sea of lightning. Team leader. Team leader. Team leader. This person was the team leader of Zhen Tian's battle team? Was he the captain with many legends about him? The team leader who had disappeared without a trace for many years? Their team leader. I haven't seen you for a few years. Your strength has increased a lot. The battle team has also gained many new members. Chu Mu smiled. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. In the 7.5 years that he had not been around, Tu Gang and the other two had not given up. They had worked hard to cultivate and develop the Jun Tian battle team. Chapter 882. The night in the Crimson Wasteland was cold and gloomy. The air was filled with an evil aura that made people shudder. Sharp and mournful cries could be heard from afar, making this terrifying night even more eerie. Popping sounds could be heard as the bonfire burned fiercely. Sparks flew out and disappeared. On top of the vigorous bonfire, an archaic, vicious beast that had been roasted until it was golden yellow emitted a rich meat fragrance that made people drool. The red light from the fire shone on everyone's faces. The 10 members of the Jun Tian battle team were surrounding the bonfire. "Captain, where have you been all these years?" Even though it had been a while, Qin Shanha's tone was still a little emotional. Some fortuitous encounters. It's a long story. Chu Mu said briefly, "It must have been hard to develop the Jun Tian battle team these years. You still need to introduce these people to me." "Captain, my name is Wu Kong. Because I have comprehended the shadow esoteric, I specialize in scouting." Wu Kong was the first to introduce himself. "Captain, my name is Lu Chao. Captain, my name is Wang Yu. Captain, my name is Feng Feihua. Captain, my name is Yu Chaochuan. My name is Gong Feiyu." Gong Feiyu was the last to speak. After saying his name, he paused for a while before continuing, "Captain, Gong Feiyu, how is it? Now you know how powerful our captain is." Tu Gang laughed heartily. Gong Feiyu's face revealed a bitter expression. He was the same as the others. They were all recruited into the Jun Tian battle team after Chu Mu disappeared for 3 years. Each of them came from other places and were not originally disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace. Hence, they did not know much about Chu Mu. They had only heard about him from a few words. Qin Shan, He Tu Gang, and Tantai Luguang only recognized Chu Mu as their captain. The others could not replace him. That was their bottom line and could not be touched. Although he was not the leader, Gong Feiyu's sword intent and profound had both reached rank 7. He was the strongest among them and had the most authority to speak. He did not think highly of the leader who had disappeared for many years and was rumored to be extremely talented. He felt that he was not inferior to the other party. He had even thought of challenging that so-called captain when he returned. He wanted to defeat him and let Tu Gang and the other two know that he was the strongest person in Jun Tian's battle team. Now, Chu Mu had returned in an absolutely shocking manner. 1 sword, 1 kill. 3 swords, 3 kills. Every opponent he killed was an enemy he couldn't defeat. The desire to challenge Xiao Chen was completely extinguished. He was not Xiao Chen's match at all. Xiao Chen could instantly kill him with 1 sword strike. Without any excuses, Gong Feiyu was convinced, let alone the others. "My name is Chu Mu." Even though everyone knew his name, out of respect, Chu Mu still introduced himself. Jun Tian battle team was created by me and Qin Shanha. When Chu Mu said this, Qin Shanha's face instantly lit up. Other than Qin Shanha, Tu Gang, and Tantai Luguang, Feng Feihua was a woman. She was valiant and had the spirit of a woman who was not inferior to men. In 7.5 years, everyone's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Just as Chu Mu said at the beginning, the Jintian battle team focused on quality over quantity. Every one of them was at the divine condensation realm. Other than Chu Mu, the one with the highest cultivation was Gong Feiyu, who was in the initial stage of God condensation realm. The other 8 had similar cultivation and were all in the initial stage of God condensation realm. Gong Feiyu's sword intent had been refined to the late stage of the 7th revolution, which was his limit. He had comprehended 3 profundities: cloud profundities, wind profundities, and water profundities, which had all been refined to the late stage of the 7th revolution. The other few sword intent profound were all below rank 7, almost at the limit of rank 6. In Sky Edge Sword Palace, there were very few swordsmen who could refine their sword intent to rank 7. Excluding Chu Mu and including Gong Feiyu, there were only 6 of them. As for the limit of rank 6, there were not many either. The geniuses of Sky Edge Sword Palace are too weak compared to Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace. After Chu Mu understood, he said to himself, regardless of quantity or quality, Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace was far behind Sky Edge Sword Palace in terms of the number of disciples. But in terms of the number of geniuses, Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace far surpassed Sky Edge Sword Palace. Basically, Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace's top 30 Inner Palace disciples had all refined their sword intent to rank 7, including Nan Wuming, Xiao Luo, Qiu Shui, and the others. There were at least 30 swordsmen in the Inner Palace who had refined their sword intent to rank 7. As for the limit of rank 6, there were even more of them, far more than Sky Edge Sword Palace. Moreover, Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace also had True Palace, sort of Gojosian. The number and quality of experts in Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace were above Sky Edge Sword Palace. However, Sky Edge Sword Palace was only an insignificant existence in the immemorial world. There were many forces that were stronger than Sky Edge Sword Palace. Speaking of which, although he had stayed in Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace for a few years, his understanding of Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace was still very limited. Chu Mu still did not know the full strength of Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace, so he had no way to judge. Maybe it was just what it seemed on the surface. Maybe there were still many things hidden. Captain, now that you are back, your strength is even stronger. Our battle team has also completed the promotion mission. After we return, we will be promoted to the 5th Super Battle Team. Qin Shanha smiled and said happily, although Sikong Zhan's Stardust Battle Team became a Super Battle Team earlier than our Zhen Tian Battle Team, we will definitely surpass Sikong Zhan's Stardust Battle Team with Captain's leadership. Zhen Tian Battle Team will only become the strongest battle team. Chu Mu said, Captain, your strength. Gong Feiyu hesitated for a moment, but he still asked in the end. The others also stared at Chu Mu. They had seen Chu Mu kill 3 powerful foreign race geniuses with 3 strikes. They knew that Chu Mu was very powerful, but they had no idea how powerful he was. Chu Mu did not speak. Instead, he released his aura. The enormous, sharp aura was like a heavenly sword descending from the sky, suppressing everyone. Instantly, they felt as if they were about to collapse. An ancient and desolate aura also filled their hearts. Even their thoughts were affected and slowed down. They felt as if they were about to suffocate, and their bodies were unable to move. When the aura dissipated, everyone's faces were filled with shock. God Condensation Realm de Shang. Gong Feiyu cried out involuntarily. After reaching the God Condensation Realm, every small level of advancement was more difficult than before. One had to refine the sword energy, increase the amount of sword energy, and then refine it again. Repeating this process repeatedly would take a lot of time. Thinking about it, 7.5 years ago, Chu Mu's cultivation was at the Origin Realm, and he was also under the God Seal Blood Curse. It would take some time to break the God Seal Blood Curse. The shock was not over yet. Shortly after, Chu Mu opened his palm. A strand of golden light appeared. It was extremely sharp. Looking at it, one would feel as if their eyes were being cut. 8 revolution, gold, profound. Gong Feiyu stuttered. The golden power disappeared, and a strand of green appeared. It was like a gust of wind. Shortly after, it changed into a stream of water, then a purple lightning, and finally a flame. No matter how powerful it was, it contained a soul-stirring power that made people tremble. 8 revolution. Wind profound, 8 revolution. Water profound, 8 revolution. Thunder profound, 8 revolution. Fire profound. Every time Chu Mu displayed a power, it would cause a commotion. Finally, an endless sharpness shot out from the top of his head, piercing through the sky of the blood wasteland as if it was tearing the darkness apart. That was 8 revolution, sword intent. After half a year on the Heaven Wasteland warship, Chu Mu's sword essence and sword intent had completely recovered and could be used. Sword intent, metal profound, wind profound, water profound, thunder profound, and fire profound. All of them had reached the 8th revolution. Their levels were not high enough. They did not know if they were at the early stage, middle stage, late stage, or even the limit of the 8th revolution. But in the entire Sky Edge Sword Palace, since they were born, this was the first time they had seen someone with 8th revolution sword intent and profound. Moreover, it was 5 kinds of profound. Desheng's cultivation was at the God condensation realm, 8 revolution sword intent and 5 profound. Immediately after, Chu Mu's finger slashed out like a sword. A green wind blade tore through the dark sky and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is... Gong Feiyu and the others were stunned. It doesn't seem to be the limit of the border realm. Could it be? Sword skill, man and sword as one. They exclaimed again and looked at Chu Mu. When they saw the smile on Chu Mu's face, they felt as if thousands of lightning bolts had struck their hearts. What kind of strength was this? Everyone tried their best to think, but they could not imagine how powerful Chu Mu's current strength was. The difference between their levels was too great, and the difference between their realms was like heaven and earth. Although they did not know how powerful Chu Mu was, they were sure that Chu Mu was very powerful. They had a very powerful captain. All of them were trembling with excitement as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Even Gong Feiyu was no exception. Chu Mu could feel the excitement in their hearts and couldn't help but smile. Let's eat. After eating, we will return to the Sword Palace and upgrade our battle team. Chu Mu said, Come. Let's eat. Tu Gang laughed and took out a gourd of 10,000 beast blood for everyone. So generous. Wukong's eyes lit up and quickly snatched a gourd. Because our captain is back, we can all benefit from it. Otherwise, we would not be able to drink it. Lu Chao laughed. I don't have much 10,000 beast blood in stock. You should thank our captain. Tu Gang laughed. He opened the gourd and took a big gulp. Awesome. Gulping down wine and eating meat, this was the most satisfying meal they had ever had in their memory. The huge ancient beast was eaten up by them. After eating, they extinguished the bonfire and tidied up a little. Then, they returned to the Sky Peak Valley with Kuang Qiulei's head. Their speed was the same as when they came, but their momentum and mentality were very different. When they came, their hearts were heavy as they constantly thought about how to complete the mission without suffering any losses. When they returned, their hearts were filled with joy and excitement as they saw great hope. Chapter 883. The Zhentian battle team was single-handedly created by Chu Mu. At that time, it had caused a huge commotion, and its reputation was even greater than the 3 veteran super battle teams. Chu Mu was struck by the God Seal blood curse and disappeared without a trace. However, the Zhentian battle team did not fall. After a period of silence, they continued to develop tenaciously. In the following time, the Zhentian battle team continued to recruit genius and elite disciples, and the number of members increased little by little. When they recruited Gong Feiyu, they had caused a huge commotion. Therefore, whether it was the disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace or the Crimson Wasteland, the reputation of the Zhentian battle team was not inferior to the 4 super battle teams. They were also believed to be the most likely team to become the 5th super battle team. Therefore, the actions of the Zhentian battle team attracted a lot of attention. This time, the purpose of the Zhentian battle team entering the Crimson Wasteland was to carry out the battle team promotion mission. Almost all the elite disciples knew about this. Now that the members of the Zhentian battle team had returned, not only were they unharmed, but they even had an extra member. This made many people feel astonished. Did they kill Kuang Qiulei? Looks like they haven't. Otherwise, it's impossible that none of them are dead or injured. Indeed, looking at their expressions, they didn't seem to be injured or have gone through a big battle. They probably felt that Kuang Qiulei was too strong, and the mission was too troublesome, so they temporarily gave up. Like I said, how could a super battle team be promoted so easily? Otherwise, there wouldn't only be 4 super battle teams on our side after so many years. What I'm curious about is that the Zhen Tian battle team originally had 9 members. Why did they come back with an extra member? Look, that person wearing a moon-white robe. One look and you can tell that the robe is not ordinary. He looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. When Chu Mu and the others returned to the Sky Edge Valley, it was already dawn. The moment they entered the valley, they were surrounded by many elite disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace. All kinds of discussions did not disturb them. They walked towards the Crimson Door and returned to the Sky Edge Sword Palace. Entering the elite disciple area of the Sky Edge Sword Palace, they went straight to the Stop Battle Tower. It was the same old hunchbacked elder. Chu Mu took out Kuang Qiulei's head and placed it on the table. When he killed Kuang Qiulei, Ming Yan, and Mo Luosher, Chu Mu had only used the peak of the 7th Revolution sword intent and profound sword skills. The difference in strength between them was too obvious, so he had easily killed them without wasting any energy. Zhen Tian's battle squad has completed their mission. They are allowed to be promoted. The hunchbacked old man looked deeply at Chu Mu and said a sentence that made everyone incomparably happy. Soon the news spread out. What? The Zhen Tian battle team actually completed the mission and became a super battle team. How is this possible? I don't dare to believe it either, but how could the news from the war-stopping tower be false? As soon as the news from the war-stopping tower spread, it immediately stirred up a huge storm, shocking everyone. Oh, the Zhen Tian battle team actually completed their mission and became a super battle team. Xikong Zhan's handsome face flashed with a hint of surprise. Originally, in his imagination, although the Zhen Tian battle team was not weak, it was still somewhat insufficient to complete the promotion mission. The biggest reason was that the battle team lacked top combat strength. Gong Feiyu was at the 7th Revolution, but the others were only at the peak of the 6th Revolution. For example, although the 3 veteran super battle teams only had 1 7th Revolution swordsman, there were many swordsmen at the peak of the 6th Revolution swordsman. Moreover, they had a deep foundation and rich means. It was very shocking. The reason why the newly formed super battle team, the Stardust battle team, was able to develop so quickly was because there were 2 7th-class swordsmen in the battle team. One was Xikong Zhan, and the other was recruited by Xikong Zhan from the Xikong clan. Could it be that someone helped them? Xikong Zhan could not help but guess. Suddenly he thought of Chu Mu, the person who had disappeared for 7.5 years. Becoming a super battle team is really unexpected. However, it's just a fluke. The people from the Demon Slayer battle team sneered. Becoming a super battle team is just a new beginning. The people from the God Slayer battle team and the Monster Slayer battle team laughed. After the first piece of news spread, the second piece of news also spread by accident. Chu Mu had returned. Who is Chu Mu? The elite disciples who did not know were surprised. They seemed to be very surprised by the shock of others. Chu Mu has returned. The monster who once stirred up a storm in the Sky Edge Sword Palace and killed a God Condensation swordsman with the power of Yuanji has returned? Wasn't he hit by the God Seal blood curse? What's the use of returning? Chu Mu has returned. When Xikong Zhan heard the news, he was shocked. A thought flashed through his mind. The Zhen Tian battle team has become a super battle team and Chu Mu has returned. Is there a direct connection between the two? That's right. It should be Chu Mu's return that allowed the Zhen Tian battle team to complete the team promotion mission. Xikong Zhan concluded. In other words, in the 7.5 years that he disappeared, not only did Chu Mu break the God Seal blood curse that was said to be unsolvable, his strength also increased greatly. Thinking of this, Xikong Zhan felt his blood become hot. It flowed faster and faster, as if it was about to boil. Chu Mu has returned. He actually appeared again. Returning at this time, the people from the 3 veteran super battle teams were also shocked. All in all, the news of the Jintian battle team completing the team promotion mission and successfully becoming the 5th super battle team, as well as the news of Chu Mu's return, completely led the mainstream, causing everyone to feel shocked. They were completely immersed in the discussions of these 2 topics, especially the latter. Chu Mu had returned. Many elite disciples did not know much about Chu Mu. When they heard from others how cool Chu Mu was back then, they were all shocked. Such a monstrous genius had disappeared without a trace for 7.5 years and returned. What kind of storm would he cause? The sword tower that Chu Mu had lived in back then still remained. Many people had rushed over in order to see the outstanding genius of the past. Unfortunately, they didn't get to see him because Chu Mu had been called over by Ling Yun. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Ling Yun's eyes were clear and calm, but it was as if he had seen through Chu Mu. His face was filled with a gratified smile as he nodded. There was also a rare trace of excitement in his tone. Back then, he thought very highly of Chu Mu and attached great importance to him. When Chu Mu was afflicted with the God Seal blood curse, Ling Yun's head instructor had also been busy searching for a way to break it. However, in the blink of an eye, Chu Mu suddenly disappeared without leaving any trace. Ling Yun's head instructor had also tried his best to search for several months, but to no avail and could only temporarily put it aside. Who would have thought that once Chu Mu disappeared, he would disappear year after year? 7 years had passed, and he had been forgotten by everyone, but now he had reappeared. With a single glance, Ling Yun's head instructor could see that Chu Mu was different from before. He knew that Chu Mu must have broken the God Seal blood curse, and his strength had greatly increased. "I've made Ling Yun worry," Chu Mu said. He was very respectful towards Ling Yun's head instructor because he knew that Ling Yun truly cared about him. He was very clear about who was good to him. "How did you break the God Seal blood curse?" Ling Yun's head instructor asked curiously. His original conclusion was that Chu Mu's God Seal blood curse was not complete and would naturally weaken. However, it would take at least 10 years. And within 10 years, because his sword intent and spiritual will would be sealed, Chu Mu's cultivation would not be able to break through, and his strength would not increase. Now, only 7.5 years had passed, and Chu Mu had not only broken the God Seal blood curse. His cultivation had also increased to the spirit condensation realm. Deshang's speed was shocking just thinking about it. When I was afflicted with the God Seal blood curse, there was still a small part of my spiritual will that wasn't sealed. By chance, I discovered that after the vitality of my spiritual will increased, it could attack the God Seal blood curse and increase the weakening speed of the God Seal blood curse. Chu Mu said, "So I strengthened the vitality of my spiritual will while attacking the God Seal blood curse in my sword intent. First, I broke the God Seal blood curse in my sword intent. Then, I combined the power of my sword intent to attack the God Seal blood curse in my profound. Finally, I completely broke the God Seal blood curse. So that's how it is." Ling Yun's head instructor did not doubt Chu Mu's words. Instead, he nodded with an expression of enlightenment. "Since ancient times, I'm afraid that you are the first person to break the God Seal blood curse of the underworld God clan." Ling Yun's head instructor smiled. "It's just an incomplete God Seal blood curse. If it was the complete God Seal blood curse, I would probably be helpless." Chu Mu smiled. What he said was the truth. Between complete and incomplete, even if there was only a slight difference, there was still a huge difference. If the underworld God clan knows that you have returned and that you have broken their God Seal blood curse, I'm afraid they will do something to you. Ling Yun's head instructor frowned. Chu Mu had already thought about this. Breaking the God Seal blood curse was extremely shocking. Even if the news was sealed, the underworld God clan would find out sooner or later. At that time, whether they wanted to eradicate this human monster or capture him to interrogate him about the method to break the God Seal blood curse, the underworld God clan would act. Chu Mu had no intention of keeping a low profile. He would do what he had to do and face what he had to face. If he always felt that he was not strong enough and kept a low profile, then he would never have the chance to become strong in his lifetime. His heart was unshaken. He was not arrogant, not conceited, and not inferior. He would bravely face all challenges and powerful enemies. Moreover, he was now very strong. It would not be easy to kill him. Before leaving the Heaven Wasteland battleship, the third palace master had given Chu Mu some life-saving treasures. These treasures would allow him to escape even if he was hunted down by a Sword Saint level powerhouse. If he had strength and trump cards, he would have confidence. The sword of no return required blood. The blood of powerful enemies, the blood of foreign races. Moreover, the sword embryo of the divine wilderness, sword seeding, art required battle and slaughter. It needed to absorb baleful energy, evil energy, resentment, and so on. It needed to be nurtured with a secret technique of slaughter before it could form a divine sword. But don't worry. As long as you are in the Sky Edge Sword Palace and I am here, no one will be able to touch you, Ling Yun's head instructor said. His voice seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. Chapter 884. Captain, now that the Zhen Tian battle team has become a super battle team, what should we do next? Qin Shanha asked excitedly. Tu Gang and the others all sat up straight. Their eyes flickered with a sharp glint that shot out and focused on Chu Mu's face. Chu Mu's return and his strength had given the Zhen Tian battle team a backbone, a pillar that could support the heavens. This made the already extraordinary Zhen Tian battle team much stronger. Our goal is to surpass the 3 super battle teams. No, it should be the 4 super battle teams now. Chu Mu said with a faint smile. In the past few years in the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, other than the growth of his strength, his knowledge had also increased. Chu Mu's vision was much wider than before, and he was no longer limited to a small place like the Sky Edge Sword Palace. His strength had already reached a certain level. He needed greater pressure and greater challenges in order to grow better. The Sky Edge Sword Palace was his first stop in the immemorial world, and his journey to the immemorial world would also begin at the Sky Edge Sword Palace. Everyone looked at Chu Mu, waiting for Chu Mu's next words. I'm not good at leading, so I don't have a detailed plan, but I have an idea. Chu Mu said slowly. Challenge the strongest of the 4 super battle teams and defeat them all. The reputation of the Zhen Tian battle team will naturally surpass the 4 super battle teams. This is the first reason. The second reason is that our strength needs to increase, especially you guys. Only then can the Zhen Tian battle team truly surpass the 4 super battle teams in terms of strength. Chu Mu's words were not without reason. The current Zhen Tian battle team, including Chu Mu, had a total of 10 people. Excluding Chu Mu, the other 9 were all spirit condensation realm swordsmen. Although their strength was not bad among the elite disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace, but in Chu Mu's eyes, they were still very weak. Among the inner disciples of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, even Gong Feiyu could barely make it into the top 100. Although most of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace's top 100 disciples' sword intent had not reached the 7th rank, their sword techniques were stronger in all aspects, so they would naturally be more powerful in battle. Given our current strength, it won't be easy for us to improve in a short time, Gong Feiyu said. What he said was the truth. It was also what everyone was thinking. Chu Mu pondered for a moment and said, I have a sword technique that I will impart to you later. If you learn this sword technique, well, not only will it increase your strength, but it will also help you better comprehend the control of power and reach the realm of man and sword as one faster. Chu Mu's words made everyone's eyes light up. Is there really such a sword technique? Everyone was in disbelief. Yes, Chu Mu said with a smile. This was the difference in knowledge and experience. It was also the difference in the foundation of the Sky Edge Sword Palace, an environment they grew up in, and the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Before entering the Heaven Wasteland Palace, Chumu did not know that there was a sword technique that could significantly increase a swordsman's strength and help him comprehend the control of power and ultimately reach the realm of man and sword as one faster. The Heaven Wasteland Sword Technique was the foundation of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. As the young palace master of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, Chumu naturally would not casually impart it. However, his control of power had reached the realm of man and sword as one, and his attainments in sword techniques had also reached the peak of the 10th level of the sword domain, surpassing many experts of a sword of Gojoseon. He had also completely comprehended the mysteries of the Heaven Wasteland sword technique. Therefore, Chumu was fully capable of using the Heaven Wasteland sword technique as a blueprint and combining his own comprehension to create a sword technique similar to the Heaven Wasteland sword technique. In fact, ever since he reached the realm of man and sword as one in the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, he had also thoroughly comprehended the Heaven Wasteland sword technique. Unknowingly, Chumu had already created his own sword technique. However, he did not deliberately do so at that time. Now he closed his eyes and pondered. A figure appeared in his spiritual world and began to practice the sword technique. Looking at Chumu's appearance, no one disturbed him. Instead, they were looking forward to the sword technique Chumu was talking about. After a moment, Chumu opened his eyes. Everyone felt dazed. In an instant, they saw a profound sword technique in Chumu's eyes. It was like an illusion. Chumu got up and pulled out the no-return sword. He began to practice a sword technique in the sword tower. Everyone stared at him with their eyes wide open. They were fully focused and memorized Chumu's every move. Soon, Chumu finished practicing. There were a total of 33 moves. This sword technique is called the Heaven Wasteland sword technique. There are a total of 99 moves. For now, I will teach you the first 33 moves. Chumu put away his sword and said, the first 33 moves of the Heaven Wasteland sword technique correspond to the initial realm of power control. The middle 33 moves correspond to the advanced realm of power control. The last 33 moves correspond to the advanced realm of power control. Although I will teach you the first 33 moves, which are the initial realm of power control, don't underestimate this sword technique. In fact, your attainments in power control are still very shallow. You haven't fully unleashed your power. If you can completely comprehend the first 33 moves and fuse them into one sword, then fuse them with the initial realm of power, the power you can unleash will be comparable to your advanced realm of power. Chumu's words immediately shocked everyone. Now I will practice it 3 times in slow motion. Watch carefully and memorize it. Chumu did not say much. After all, it was just theory. Only by personally experiencing it would they be able to understand the profoundness of it. Then they would work hard to cultivate. Chumu's tone was serious. In addition, everyone trusted him. Therefore, they did not doubt him. For the first 33 moves of the Heaven Wasteland sword technique, Chumu explained the main points and things to take note of as he practiced it 3 times. Only then did everyone remember it. You can start cultivating now. If you have any questions, you can ask me immediately. Chumu sat down cross-legged and said, the Zhentian battle team was created by him. Naturally, he hoped that it would become stronger. The reason why he created the Heaven Wasteland sword technique was not only to strengthen Qinshan, Hitugang, and the others, but also to leave behind a foundation for the Zhentian battle team. After all, he couldn't say that he would disband the Zhentian battle team after he left. I'll go first. Hitugang volunteered. He immediately stood up and drew his sword, practicing the first 33 moves of the Heaven Wasteland sword technique. With Chumu's guidance, Hitugang basically grasped the main points. In addition to his own sword skills and extreme control of his strength, it was not difficult to cultivate. Very quickly, Tu Gang finished one round and looked at Chu Mu. Chu Mu pointed out a few areas where Tu Gang's cultivation process was lacking and had Tu Gang redo it. Every time, Chu Mu would find a few areas where Tu Gang was lacking and point them out. After 3 rounds, Tu Gang was pretty much perfect. Following that, he would have to rely on his own continuous cultivation and experience. Next, Gong Feiyu also stood up and practiced the first 33 moves of the Heaven Wasteland sword technique. His comprehension was better than Tu Gang's. His sword skills were also better than Tu Gang's. In addition, Tu Gang was the first. Therefore, after one practice, Chu Mu pointed out a few flaws. The second practice was basically perfect. After Gong Feiyu, Tan Tai Liu Guang also practiced one after another. The later they practiced, the more perfect they were. Because they had noticed the flaws of the people in front, they would not be careless. All right, all of you have basically grasped the first 33 forms of the Sky Extreme Sword Art. However, you have yet to comprehend the profoundness within. You will need to cultivate more. You can also use the first 33 forms of the Sky Extreme Sword Art in battle to deepen your comprehension and comprehend the profoundness within. Chu Mu said, when you have completely comprehended the first 33 moves and fused them into one, I will teach you the middle 33 moves. In fact, Chu Mu had not created the middle and last 33 moves of the Heaven Wasteland sword technique. He needed some time. Originally, he was thinking about whether he could simplify the Heaven Wasteland sword technique. But after repeated trial and error, he felt that the 99 moves were the best and most perfect. Too many moves would be too complicated. Too few moves would be too profound and not easy to understand. The 99 moves were just right. Chu Mu was even more impressed with the senior who created the Heaven Wasteland sword technique. It seemed simple, but it contained a lot of effort. He was just standing on the foundation of the predecessor and making changes. Now, I'm going to challenge Sikongjan. Do you guys want to come? Chu Mu changed the topic. Of course. Qin Shanha immediately replied. How can we miss such an opportunity? Tu Gang laughed. Go, we're all going. Of course we're going. Wu Kong laughed. Let's go. Chu Mu turned and walked out of the sword tower, heading towards the sword tower of the Stardust battle team. A super battle team could apply for a sword tower to have all the members of the same battle team. With Chu Mu in the lead, the group of 10 immediately attracted the attention of countless people. That's Chu Mu. I saw him. He indeed has an imposing aura. I don't think so. Isn't he the same? He has 2 arms and 2 legs. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 heads and 6 arms? Are you talking about a human? Don't be noisy. Where are they going? Let's go and take a look. Immediately, a large group of people became the tail and followed Chu Mu's group. Regarding this, Chu Mu's group ignored them. That's not the Stardust battle team's territory. Could it be that the Zhentian battle team is planning to fight the Stardust battle team? Right? I heard that the Zhentian battle team's Chu Mu and the Stardust battle team's Sikongjan have an agreement to fight it out. As soon as this sentence was said, the eyes of the surrounding people who wanted to watch the show suddenly lit up. They were looking forward to it even more. The Zhentian battle team's people. What's the matter? The Stardust battle team's people walked out and asked directly. I'm looking for Sikongjan. Chu Mu said. Why are you looking for our head captain? The Stardust battle team's people asked again. Get Sikongjan to come out and fight me. Chu Mu's expression did not change as he said unhurriedly. What? The Stardust battle team's people thought that they had misheard, but the people who followed them became excited. It's true, it's true. Chu Mu's goal is to fight Sikongjan. You want to challenge our head captain with just you? The Stardust battle team's people looked at Chu Mu from head to toe. They could not feel the fluctuation of Chu Mu's aura, so they spoke with contempt. Chapter 885. In this world, there were some people who didn't see it with their own eyes and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chu Mu narrowed his eyes, and a cold light shot out from his eyes, causing the Stardust Battle Team members to involuntarily tremble. It was as if their souls had been sliced apart in an instant. A trace of fear emerged from the depths of their hearts, and they hurriedly retreated a few steps. Yi Futian took a step forward and did not look at that person again. He strode forward. Qin Shanha and the rest quickly followed. There were too many swordsmen watching, and they could not hold them back. The scene became a little chaotic for a moment. The Stardust Battle Team member, who had been forced back by Chu Mu's glare, hurriedly shouted when he saw that the situation had spiraled out of control. Chu Mu's path was unobstructed all the way to the depths of the Stardust Team's sword towers. Once again, he was stopped. The people who stopped him were also members of the Stardust Team. There were dozens of them, and every single one of them was an extreme astral realm sword artist, a 5th or 6th cycle realm expert. The combined aura of dozens of people was also very strong. Like a whirlwind, the cloud surged, but it could not shake Chu Mu at all. Without moving, he merely released a wisp of his aura and suppressed the auras of the Stardust Battle Team members. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Numerous silhouettes dashed over from afar, appearing in front of Chu Mu. There were a total of 9 people, all of them exuding the aura of the spirit condensation realm, condensing into one, as if transforming into an invisible giant sword, descending from the sky, slashing towards Chu Mu. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky and earth changed color. The air roared like a huge wave, and the mountains collapsed, causing Qin Shanha and the others' expressions to change. It also caused the elite disciples who came to watch from behind to cry out in surprise. The aura released by the 9 divine condensation realm swordsmen at the same time was even more shocking and tyrannical after condensing into one. They felt that it would be very difficult for Chu Mu to resist. Chu Mu straightened his body, cold lightning shooting out from his eyes. As his long black hair fluttered in the wind, his powerful sword aura was like a divine sword being unsheathed. His sword sliced through the air, instantly shattering the combined aura of the 9 divine condensation realm experts. Chu Mu counterattacked, causing the 9 divine condensation realm swordsmen's expressions to change drastically. They grunted, their bodies swaying. This. The surrounding elite disciples and captains of the Stardust Battle Team were all dumbfounded. On the other hand, the members of the Zhantian Battle Team were all beaming with joy. They had just taken a step closer to understanding Chu Mu's strength. However, it made sense. How could someone who could kill Kuang Qiulei, a genius of the Heavenly Demon Tribe, not be powerful? All of you stand down. An arrogant voice came from the side. Immediately after, a figure appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of the 9 great divine condensation realm swordsmen. Captain. The 9 divine condensation realm swordsmen of the Stardust Battle Team all called out. The newcomer was a swordsman wearing a long robe decorated with stars. He looked like he was less than 30 years old. Between his eyebrows, there was some resemblance to Sikongzhan. However, he was somewhat cold and arrogant, as if he thought he was better than him. You are Chu Mu, the one who made a bet with my cousin. Sikong Ao's sharp gaze shifted to Chu Mu's face as he said coldly, Let Sikongzhan come out, Chu Mu said. If you want a challenge, I am enough, Sikong Ao said. Chu Mu shook his head slightly. This Sikong Ao was a little too confident. He pointed his finger like a sword. In an instant, Sikong Ao's expression changed drastically. The world in front of him quickly collapsed. Only one finger was left, as if it had turned into a peerless divine sword, piercing through the sky. There was no way to dodge, no way to resist. The extreme sharpness shot towards him, causing him to feel pain all over his body. It was as if he was being cut by millions of sharp blades at the same time. A feeling of darkness arose in his soul, as if it was being torn apart by the sharpness. In everyone's eyes, they only saw Sikong Ao's body trembling violently like a sieve. His face was completely pale, and his pupils shrunk to the size of needles. An expression of shock and despair clearly appeared on his face. In their eyes, Chu Mu's finger was very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. Moreover, it wasn't fast, and it looked like it was done casually. However, Sikong Ao's reaction was so big, so abnormal. It looked as if the two of them had discussed it beforehand and were acting together. However, those who knew Sikong Ao knew that he was full of arrogance. It was impossible for him to act like this. If it wasn't acting, then there was only one explanation. Chu Mu's finger contained a great mystery and an extremely shocking power. Sikong Ao unsheathed his sword and slashed forward. It looked messy and didn't look like something an expert would do. Chu Mu's finger had already shocked his mind, causing him to panic. It was like a dream. Sikong Ao saw the sword finger in front of him disappear and return to normal, as if it had never appeared. However, there seemed to be a trace of a smile in Chu Mu's eyes. "You're too weak," Chu Mu said indifferently. Sikong Ao's expression changed, and his pale face turned ashen. However, he couldn't refute. That finger just now displayed Chu Mu's extraordinary strength and unpredictable means. It was certain that Sikong Ao was no match for him. If that was the case, he would only be asking for humiliation if he continued to attack. Clap, clap, clap. A clapping sound was heard. The clapping contained a certain rhythm, which immediately broke the shocking atmosphere created by Chu Mu. Everyone's attention was attracted to the source of the clapping sound. A swordsman wearing a starry robe walked over. His shoulders seemed to be able to hold up the sky. When his feet stepped on the ground, there was a sense of indomitable majesty. His aura was powerful, and the stars on his robe seemed to have come alive, releasing a faint starry luster that flickered. The tyrannical aura surrounded his body, and the starry light flickered, illuminating his face. That kind of restrained arrogance was enough to captivate thousands of girls. Sikong Zhan is here. Sikong Zhan has appeared. The battle between him and Chu Mu will definitely be exciting. Chu Mu also looked at Sikong Zhan with a trace of a smile on his face. Sikong Ao looked at Sikong Zhan with a face full of shame. "Brother Chu, it seems like you've had a great adventure in these 7.5 years. Sikong Zhan said. "Same here," Chu Mu said. He could feel that Sikong Zhan's aura was very powerful, far stronger than Sikong Ao's. It could be said that the current Sikong Zhan was not only different from the Sikong Zhan of the past in terms of cultivation, but also in terms of his foundation. It was as if he had been reborn. If it wasn't for a great adventure, it wouldn't have been possible. No matter how great the adventure, it can't be compared to Brother Chu. Sikong Zhan said bluntly back when we were still ordinary disciples, "You weren't as good as me. Now, in terms of individual strength, I'm not as good as you." Hearing Sikong Zhan's words, Chu Mu was a little surprised. The other members of the Stardust battle team and the surrounding elite disciples were also very surprised. They hadn't even fought, but Sikong Zhan had already admitted that he wasn't as good as his opponent. This was different from the Sikong Zhan that they had imagined and understood. Chu Mu was surprised, and his admiration for Sikong Zhan increased. Although he was full of confidence in himself, he wasn't blindly arrogant. He understood the gap between him and his opponent. Even if he used his full strength, he would still be defeated by his opponent's sword. Instead of hiding, he might as well admit it directly. It would be better for him to have a better attitude and a more stable state of mind. The others had different thoughts. Some admired Sikong Zhan for daring to admit that he wasn't as good as Chu Mu, while some secretly mocked him for only having an empty reputation. No matter what, Sikong Zhan's will was firm. Even if he knew what others were thinking, he wouldn't care and wouldn't be shaken. The reason why Sikongjan admitted that he wasn't as good as Chu Mu in terms of individual strength was because he had seen Chu Mu's finger attack just now. His realm was much higher than Sikong Ao's, and much higher than the others present. Putting himself in Sikong Ao's position, he realized that he didn't have much confidence in resisting Chu Mu's seemingly ordinary finger attack. Moreover, that was just a casual attack from Chu Mu. Brother Chu, the bet I made with you back then wasn't a competition of individual strength, but a competition between battle teams. Whoever's battle team surpasses the 3 super battle teams first will win the bet, Sikongjan said. Sikongjan spoke frankly and with assurance. The bet between us has been going on for more than 10 years now, and the victor has yet to be decided. However, looking at the current situation, my Stardust Battle Squadron is already ahead of your Jintian Battle Squadron and will surpass the 3 great super battle squadrons in the future. Since I've returned, the Zhentian Battle Team will surpass the Stardust Battle Team and win the bet, Chu Mu replied. That's what makes it interesting, Sikongjan said with a smile. Since senior brother Sikong believes that my individual strength is not as good as mine, then today's challenge to the Stardust Battle Team ends here. Goodbye, Chu Mu said as he turned around and walked out of the Stardust Battle Team's sword tower. Goodbye, Sikongjan said with his hands behind his back as he looked at Chu Mu's back. Qin Shanha and the other members of the Zhantian Battle Team also turned around and followed behind Chu Mu. The surrounding elite disciples quickly took the initiative to open up a path for Chu Mu and the members of the Zhantian Battle Team to pass through. At this moment, they were the center of attention. Following that, the surrounding elite disciples decided to leave as they were a little disappointed. However, Chu Mu didn't return to the Zhantian Battle Team's sword tower. Instead, he went in another direction. Captain now is... Wukong asked curiously. Demon Slayer Battle Team, Chu Mu said as he softly spat out the 4 words, Demon Slayer Battle Team. Immediately, the elite disciples who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. They all turned around and looked at Chu Mu. After repeating the words, they revealed excited expressions. Great, there's going to be a good show again. I originally thought that there would be an intense battle between Chu Mu and Sikongjan. I didn't expect Sikongjan to admit defeat. There's nothing to see now. I thought that was it. The Demon Slayer Battle Team's captain is the vast sea sword venerable, Hai Wuye. He's a veteran expert and is much stronger than Sikongjan. Chu Mu wants to challenge the Demon Slayer Battle Team's experts. If he loses consecutively, Hai Wuye will definitely make a move in the end. Let's go. Hurry up and follow. There were also some elite disciples who called their friends to watch the show. For a moment, the number of people following behind the Zhantian Battle Team increased greatly. You guys follow and watch. Sikongjan watched as Chu Mu left and ordered the Divine Condensation Realm swordsmen beside him. Yes, these Divine Condensation Realm swordsmen were all transferred from Sikongjan's family. When they heard Sikongjan's order, they hurriedly left. Chapter 886. Chu Mu dares to challenge our Demon Slayer Battle Team? Before he even arrived, the news had already spread. Moreover, the way he said it had changed. Chu Mu only said the words Demon Slayer Battle Team and did not mention anything related to challenge. Of course, his goal was indeed to challenge them. Immediately, the news of Chu Mu's challenge was reported, alarming the upper echelons of the Demon Slayer Battle Team. Compared to 7.5 years ago, the upper echelons of the Demon Slayer Battle Team had not changed much. They had a more direct understanding of Chu Mu's talent and strength. Back then, Chu Mu's cultivation was only in the Origin Realm, but he was able to kill a swordsman in the Spirit Condensation Realm. Now, it was said that his cultivation had broken through the Origin Realm and reached the Spirit Condensation Realm. His strength must have increased by leaps and bounds. Perhaps even a Spirit Condensation Realm swordsman like Deshang would not be his opponent. This was a big matter, and they had to treat it with caution. Otherwise, they might fail miserably. As soon as the news was reported, the upper echelons of the Demon Slayer battle team immediately responded. They mobilized their troops and sent out their spirit condensation realm experts. The God Slayer battle team and the Demon Slayer battle team also received the news and sent out some people to see how Chu Mu would challenge the Demon Slayer battle team. Most importantly, they wanted to see what level Chu Mu's strength had reached. They also knew what had happened before. Among the elite disciples, Sikong Ao, one of the 6 who had refined his sword intent to the 7th transformation realm, had been easily defeated by Chu Mu. Moreover, Chu Mu had not even drawn his sword. Sikong Zhan, who was stronger than Sikong Ao, had directly admitted defeat. The Demon Slayer battle team had no choice but to treat this seriously. When Chu Mu arrived at the Demon Slayer battle team's sword tower, his path was blocked. 10 spirit condensation realm swordsmen stood in a row in front of Chu Mu. Their sharp gazes landed on Chu Mu's face. "If you want to go in, you have to go through us first," the leader shouted. "Fight!" The other 9 shouted in unison. Their imposing Mannerjin Tian was shocking. In an instant, the 10 of them unsheathed their swords and waved them. From bottom to top, they pointed their swords at Chu Mu and vaguely formed a sword formation. The sword chi was cold as it swept out in all directions, sharp and oppressive. The surrounding air shattered as if it was being swept up by a storm of sword chi. "Kill!" The 10 of them shouted in unison and slid forward like water, their swords thrusting towards Chu Mu. In an instant, Chu Mu felt as if he was facing thousands of sharp swords, each of which was locked onto a part of his body. A cold feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart, and there was nowhere for him to dodge. Interesting. Chu Mu smiled and took a step forward. His figure became fleeting, causing everyone to rub their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. When they let go of their hands and looked over, Chu Mu had already passed by the 10 Demon Slayer squad, God Condensation Realm swordsmen. He then took a step forward and calmly walked towards the inner part of the sword tower group. The 10 God Condensation Realm swordsmen were still in their thrusting positions. They looked forward without moving, as if they had been immobilized. Immediately after, the 10 God Condensation Realm swordsmen's faces all revealed pained expressions. Their faces contorted, and with a series of thuds, the 10 God Condensation Realm swordsmen fell to the ground from left to right. "What's going on? What's going on? Why did they all fall?" The swordsmen who were watching the show were all stunned. The few people who saw what happened in that instant had serious expressions. They looked at Chu Mu's back, their eyes filled with fear. Qin Shanha and the others hurriedly followed behind Chu Mu. The swordsmen who were watching the show naturally wouldn't fall behind. They all followed closely. In order to deal with Chu Mu, the Demon Slayer squad had set up many defenses. Not long after, Chu Mu encountered a second obstruction. This time, the people who blocked his path were even stronger. There were 10 God Condensation Realm swordsmen. These 10 God Condensation Realm swordsmen had cold expressions. They didn't move at first, but when Chu Mu approached, they didn't say anything. Their bodies flickered and formed a circle, surrounding Chu Mu. Clanging sounds rang out as they unsheathed their swords and directly killed him. It was another sword formation. The 10 God Condensation Realm swordsmen's footsteps changed, making it hard for others to see clearly. It was as if there were tens of thousands of feet alternating. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. They also had the power to confuse others. If one focused on their footsteps, they would be confused and lose. The 10 sharp swords seemed to be stabbing towards Chu Mu at the same time, but they also seemed to be stabbing towards Chu Mu in a disorderly manner. They seemed to be stabbing towards the same part of his body, but also seemed to be stabbing towards every part of his body. This kind of sword formation was good at confusing others. These 10 God Condensation Realm swordsmen were powerful and had been immersed in this sword formation for many years. They were very familiar with it. Working together, they coordinated well and unleashed the full power of this sword formation. For a moment, Chu Mu was trapped within the sword formation. He couldn't escape. He had to face the attacks of the 10 sharp swords at the same time, as well as the erosion of that confusing aura. Following his heart, the sword intent killed. The tyrannical power of his divine sense prevented him from being confused. He could see the swords of the 10 god condensation realm swordsmen clearly. Even the tracks of their footsteps were comprehended one by one as Chu Mu dodged. Not long after, Chu Mu roughly grasped the essence of this sword formation. A cold light flashed through his eyes. Immediately after, amidst the thousands of confusing changes, everyone only saw a dazzling sword light tear through the darkness like lightning. It cut through the air and cut through all changes. Without any delay, under the dazzling sword light, the sword formation was instantly broken. The 10 god condensation realm swordsmen all stumbled backwards, all of them falling on their butts on the ground. Chu Mu's sword, however, was still in its sheath. No returned sword. Once the sword was drawn, it would not return without blood. In Chu Mu's eyes, these god condensation realm swordsmen's strength were ordinary. If they weren't familiar with a sword formation, they didn't even have the qualifications to catch Chu Mu's eye. Even so, they didn't have the qualifications to make Chu Mu unsheath his sword. Lost again. Even the Demon Slayer squad's ever-changing demon-slaying sword formation was broken in one strike. Too powerful. The swordsmen with experience all twitched their eyes. They felt as if their hearts were being forcefully grasped by a hand. Holding his sword, Chu Mu continued forward, leaving behind the 10 god condensation realm swordsmen who couldn't get up for a while. Further forward, Chu Mu was intercepted for the 3rd time. 6 god condensation realm swordsmen of the Deshang sword. The first time, 10 god condensation realm swordsmen were intercepted. The second time, 10 god condensation realm swordsmen were intercepted. The third time, 6 god condensation realm swordsmen were intercepted. From this point, it could be seen that the Demon Slayer squad, a veteran super squad, had a foundation that surpassed new super squads like the Zhen Tian squad and the Stardust squad. It should be known that the majority of god condensation realm swordsmen could refine their sword will and profound meaning to the 6th transformation level. People like Qin Shan and He Tu Gang could only be considered average among god condensation realm swordsmen of the same level. Only Gong Feiyu could be considered to be above average. If Chu Mu hadn't returned, the Demon Slayer squad would have been able to defeat the 9 members of the Zhen Tian squad with just one team of god condensation realm swordsmen. Chu Mu, your talent is indeed outstanding, and your strength is also very strong. However, you can only stop here. The 6 god condensation realm swordsmen of the Deshang squad were the 6 elders of the Demon Slayer squad. Some of their auras were more vigorous. It was obvious that Deshang had been in the god condensation realm for a long time. Some of their auras were weaker. It was obvious that Deshang hadn't been in the god condensation realm for a long time. The one who spoke was the one with the most vigorous aura. We'll know after we try. Chu Mu didn't get angry. He only calmly replied, "Go." The voice was like thunder suddenly exploding in Chu Mu's ears. The leading elder attacked with his sword. The second elder followed closely behind. One by one, they attacked Chu Mu. It was another sword formation. A sword formation was able to combine the strength of the swordsman. It allowed the weaker swordsman to have the ability to fight against the stronger swordsman. It was very mysterious. Chu Mu had also studied sword formations before. However, he didn't delve too deeply into it. However, with his eyesight and perception, he could more or less see that the power of the sword formation displayed by these 6 elders was greater than that of the previous 10. The 6 elders were all in the god condensation realm. However, none of them were a match for Chu Mu. They didn't even need to unsheath their swords to defeat him. However, When the leading elder's sword pierced towards him, Chu Mu suddenly felt his body tighten. There was a sense of danger. This wasn't a feeling that an ordinary Deshang swordsman in the God Condensation realm could give him. This sense of danger wasn't enough to affect Chu Mu. However, it piqued his interest. It made him give up on the idea of directly defeating these elders. He moved his feet and changed his position. He wanted to see how the 6 elders worked together and the mysteries of the sword formation. In the blink of an eye, the swords of the 6 elders missed. As they moved, they split into 2 rows of 3 people. They attacked again, alternating between each other. Chu Mu dodged again. In a short period of time, the 6 elders worked together and changed their positions a dozen times. Each time, it was like a killing trap, but Chu Mu dodged them one by one. There was no other way. The difference in strength between them was too obvious. Even if the sword formation was mysterious, it couldn't make up for it. After a dozen or so changes, Chu Mu more or less understood the mysteries of the sword formation. His understanding of sword formations deepened slightly. After another change, the strongest elder slashed his sword through the air. His body suddenly emitted a dazzling light that was as bright as the sun. It was impossible to look directly at him. Chu Mu's eyes narrowed. A sliver of light was contained within. It was as if he could pierce through the void and see through the dazzling light. His body flickered as he stabbed upwards with his sword in the scabbard. Chi pierced through the air. There was no way to dodge. This elder was hit in the chest and was immediately sent flying backwards. He crashed into the second elder. The sword formation was broken by Chu Mu in an instant. Without the sword formation, these elders were even less of a match for Chu Mu. They couldn't withstand a single blow, and all of them fell. The swordsmen who were watching the show all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the members of the Zhan Tian battle team were very surprised. They discovered that Chu Mu's strength seemed to exceed their imaginations time and time again. However, the stronger the captain's strength, the stronger the Zhan Tian battle team. This was a good thing. They were all very happy. You actually made it this far. You really surprised us. For the 4th time, the ones who blocked Chu Mu's path were 2 Deshang peak swordsmen in the spirit condensation realm. They were the 2 vice captains of the Demon Slayer battle team. Chapter 887. There were 2 vice captains in front of Chu Mu. Their cultivations were at the peak of the Deshang realm, but their true strength surpassed ordinary peak Deshang realm swordsmen. They were comparable to ordinary peak Deshang realm swordsmen. The 2 vice captains, one on the left and one on the right, faced Chu Mu. The position they stood in caused their auras to fuse into one. It was as if yin and yang were circulating endlessly, complementing each other and making them even more perfect. Little yin-yang sword formation. Chu Mu's eyelids twitched. He seemed to see 2 auras, one green and one red, rise from the bodies of the 2 peak Deshang realm swordsmen. They turned into yin and yang fishes that intertwined and rotated, causing their auras to be perfect and flawless. Good sword formation, Chu Mu couldn't help but think. The 2's sword formation was enough to instantly kill ordinary peak Deshang realm swordsmen. Even ordinary peak Deshang realm swordsmen were no match for them. With a swoosh, the 2 vice captains raised their swords, and each took a stance. Their perfect auras instantly changed, revealing their sharpness as they rushed towards Chu Mu. The murderous aura was thick, invading the surroundings and squeezing out the air. It made everyone feel suffocated and shocked. The swords were like agile serpents and dragons, stabbing through the air. One was strong, one was soft, and they complemented each other perfectly, making Chu Mu feel like he couldn't dodge. However, before Chu Mu broke through to the Deshang realm, he already had the strength to kill ordinary peak Deshang realm swordsmen. Now, not only did he break through to the Deshang realm, his control over his strength had reached the level of 1 with the sword. His various sword intents had all reached the peak of the 9th transformation, and he had created his own sword skills. His strength had increased by tens or even hundreds of times. The two-peaked Deshang realm swordsmen weren't weak, and they cooperated with each other to use a sword formation to deal with Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu felt that this sword formation was even more profound than the previous two sword formations. Since he was interested in sword formations, he decided to check it out. The swordsmanship of the two vice captains was combined with the sword formation. Under the control of their strength, each of their swords was able to display astonishing power. Even though they were all at the limit entry realm, there were still differences in strength. For example, the Sky Desolation sword art, after mastering the 99 forms, one's control of power would reach the limit entry realm. Fusing the 33 forms into one sword would also be at the limit entry realm. Then, fusing the 3 sword moves into a combo would still be at the limit entry realm. Finally, fusing the 3 sword moves into one would still be at the limit entry realm. Although they were both at the limit of advanced divine realm, their might was completely different. When the two vice captains of the Demon Slayer squad attacked, Chu Mu was able to determine their limits. It was equivalent to combining the 99 moves of the Tianhuang sword art into 3 moves, but they had yet to form a combo. At this level, Chu Mu did not take them seriously at all. What he took a fancy to was the sword formation they used together, which increased the power of their swordsmanship by many times. All of this was because of the profoundness of this sword formation. They attacked again and again, but they couldn't do anything to Chu Mu. Chu Mu didn't even unsheath his sword. He only moved his feet and dodged their attacks again and again, causing the two vice head captains' expressions to become very unsightly. After a while, Chu Mu had basically grasped the profoundness of this sword formation. It was time to break it. His sword was not unsheathed. As he waved it, it directly cut into the weakest part of the sword formation. It was the connecting point of the two vice captains' swords. Once the sword formation broke, Chu Mu instantly swung his sword twice, hitting the two vice head captains, instantly defeating them and sending them flying backwards. Even the vice captains were defeated. Is he going to sweep the Demon Slayer squad clean? That's impossible. Our head captain is extremely powerful. Chu Mu definitely isn't his opponent. Quickly, ask the captain to come out. Amidst all kinds of discussions, Chu Mu continued forward. Chu Mu stopped at the last tower of the Demon Slayer squad's sword tower, which was Hai Wuya's sword tower. Hai Wuya, who was cultivating in seclusion, was shocked when he received the news. Chu Mu had actually consecutively defeated the Demon Slayer squad's God Condensation Realm Swordsman. Even the two vice captains who used the little yin-yang dual sword formation were defeated. Now he was the strongest in the entire Demon Slayer squad. He had to make a move. Hai Wuya came out of seclusion and floated out of the sword tower, landing in front of Chu Mu. His vast aura was like the waves of the ocean, roaring and crushing. Under the pressure, everyone could not help but take a few steps back. They could only feel that there was a huge wave in front of them, vast and boundless, as if it was going to swallow them whole. The vast sea, Sword Master, appeared with such a ferocious aura. Chu Mu's black hair fluttered behind him. His robe rustled. Under the impact of Hai Wuya's vast aura, it was as if he was going to fly away with the wind. Chu Mu, you came at the right time. Hai Wuya opened his mouth. His voice was like his aura, vast and majestic. Chu Mu did not understand Hai Wuya's meaning, but he guessed that Hai Wuya was confident that he could defeat him. Chu Mu is going to lose. The vast sea sword master's strength is unfathomable. Take my sword, Hai Wuya shouted. His voice was like the roar of the ocean, Zhentian. The deep blue vast sea sword was unsheathed. As it slashed out, it seemed to bring forth a wave of seawater. As this sword slashed out, Chu Mu realized that Hai Wuya's strength was even above the combined strength of the two vice captains. Man and sword as one. Chu Mu was a little surprised. He did not expect that Hai Wuya's control of power had actually reached the realm of man and sword as one. But it's only been a while. Man and sword as one sword was 10 times more powerful than a sword at the limit of entering realm. As the sword slashed out, waves surged out. The might of the limit of 7th revolution water profound was displayed to the extreme. Hai Wuya gave Chu Mu a direct pressure. Chu Mu's non-return sword was finally unsheathed. A dazzling sword light streaked across the sky like lightning, carrying fragments of gold. Its sharpness was unstoppable. As the sword slashed out, the might of the peak of 8th revolution metal profound was fully released. That kind of sharpness directly caused the surrounding people to feel as if their bodies were being cut, their eyelids twitching. Chu Mu had always controlled his sword intent profound to the limit of 8th revolution level, because he had to leave something for himself, especially after returning to the immemorial world's sky edge sword palace. The Nether God race would know about his return sooner or later. At that time, an assassination attempt would be unavoidable. Leaving behind more trump cards for himself would make it easier for him to face an assassination attempt. Moreover, dealing with Hai Wuya didn't require him to release his 9th revolution, sword intent and profound. Even if it was only the 8th revolution, sword intent and metal profound, combined with the mountain-shaking energy, its might was inconceivably tyrannical. As the sword slashed out, it was like a river splitting the sea, directly slashing apart Hai Wuya's sword. The frightening sharpness made the corner of Hai Wuya's eyes twitch. After blocking the sword, he was directly sent flying, his blood and chi shaking. Man and sword as one's control, 8th revolution sword intent and metal profound, and a frightening vibration power. Hai Wuya sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart incomparably solemn. With just this sword he had realized Chu Mu's might. I have to use my full strength or else. A feeling of unease pervaded his heart. Chu Mu's might made Hai Wuya extremely apprehensive. Vast ocean, sword Dao. With a low roar, Hai Wuya's aura became even more vigorous and dense, as if it had transformed from an inner sea into a great ocean. A frightening and boundless aura gushed out, condensing behind him and turning into a vast ocean. Huge waves soared into the sky, seemingly capable of destroying everything. Only after reaching the man and sword as one realm and then using the sword Dao would one be able to fully display the might of the sword Dao. The world behind Hai Wuya was filled with an ocean. He floated in the air, and waves spread out from under his feet, supporting his feet and his body. Waves splashed everywhere. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. Not only did the surrounding swordsmen hear it, but even the swordsmen in the distance could also hear the roar of the ocean, feeling the boundless aura. Hai Wuya is using the vast ocean, sword Dao. The head captain of the Monster Slayer battle team, Wang Dao, and the head captain of the God Slayer battle team, Jiang Tianmu, were both shocked. Using the sword Dao would increase the consumption of energy. In normal battles, they would not use it. Only when facing an extremely powerful enemy would they have no choice but to use it. From the looks of it, Chu Mu seemed to be so powerful that Hai Wuya could not contend against him without using the sword Dao. Vast ocean flow. Hai Wuya slashed out with his sword. It was a sword technique of the vast ocean, sword Dao. The 7th revolution, sword intent, and the 7th revolution, water profound, were perfectly combined, unleashing their full power. Under the vast ocean, sword Dao, it was even more frightening. As the sword slashed out, the ocean behind Hai Wuya roared crazily, as if it was going to destroy everything in its path. It roared violently, its aura shaking the heavens and the earth. That horrifying aura made all the sword artists in the surroundings retreat one after another, afraid that they would be killed by the shock waves. Vast and mighty, devouring the earth, annihilating everything in its path. Vaguely, Chu Mu seemed to see the ancient vast ocean flowing over with the vicissitudes of time. The power of this sword was even more powerful than a rank 1 mortal grade sword skill. even comparable to a rank 2 mortal grade sword skill. However, in Chu Mu's eyes, the power was not concentrated enough. If the power was concentrated, then the power would increase many times over. I'll let you experience the power of my new sword skill. Inwardly, green and red colors immediately revolved around the sword of no return, forming a green and red stream. Like wind and fire, the sword slashed out. Rank 2 mortal grade earth-shattering sword skill. Wind fire wheel. The green and red sword light slashed out, turning into a 1-meter wide wheel, spinning at a high speed. The sharpness of the wind and the heat of the fire combined perfectly. The edge of the wheel vibrated at a high speed, slicing through the vast ocean water, splitting it in two as it shot toward Haiwuya. With a sizzling sound, the vast ocean water was evaporated by the high temperature. Haiwuya's face changed drastically as he hurried to retreat. However, it was still too late, and he could only raise his sword to block the incoming attack. In that instant of collision, Haiwuya was blown away. The frightening sharpness and high temperature attacked him. An intense, vibrating power almost made his sword fly out of his hand. His chi and blood were boiling, and his internal organs were shaken. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 888. At the Demon Slayer battle team's sword tower, thousands of people were silent. They were all dumbstruck, as if their souls had been sucked out. Even the members of Zhen Tian's battle team were the same. Haiwuya, the vast ocean sword venerable, who had been ranked second on the Sword Palace's Wind Cloud ranking for more than 10 years, had been defeated just like that. Thousands of people witnessed this scene and found it hard to believe. Haiwuya's face was pale and his eyes were blank. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The non-returned sword drew a sword flower and returned to its scabbard. Chu Mu glanced at Haiwuya and did not say anything. He turned around and walked out of the Demon Slayer battle team's sword tower. Qin Shanha and the others woke up. They were all excited and their faces were red. They immediately turned around and followed Chu Mu's footsteps. "Captain, are we going to the Demon Slayer battle team or the God Slayer battle team?" Tu Gang felt his blood boiling. This was too exciting. Before Chu Mu could answer, the surrounding people's faces changed, especially those from the Demon Slayer battle team and the God Slayer battle team. Their breathing became hurried, and they quickly returned to their battle teams. When they came, they were very relaxed. They were just here to watch the show. However, when they saw Chu Mu defeat Haiwuya with their own eyes, none of them could remain calm. Haiwuya's strength was publicly recognized as the second strongest elite disciple. The one stronger than him was the God Slayer battle team's captain, Jiang Tianmu. If Chu Mu could defeat Haiwuya, he definitely had the strength to contend with Jiang Tianmu. In fact, very few people knew how strong Jiang Tianmu and Wang Dao were. This was because they had not personally fought for many years. Even if they did, it would not be under the watchful eyes of the crowd. However, no matter how strong they were, they should not be able to defeat Haiwuya so easily. "Let's go to the Demon Slayer battle team first," Chu Mu said. He had made up his mind to continuously challenge today and defeat the strongest elite disciples. This would raise the reputation and morale of the Zhen Tian battle team. There were thousands of people in this group, and more of them were heading toward the Demon Slayer battle team's sword tower. "What are you guys doing?" Some of the swordsmen who had just returned from Sky Peak Valley were shocked when they saw the scene. They hurriedly asked one of them, "Let me tell you, Chu Mu, This person's mouth was like a machine gun, rattling and rattling as he explained the general situation. "If you want to see something more exciting, just follow me." "Oh, okay." The people who asked the question were dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, they hurriedly nodded and followed. It was as if they had boarded a pirate ship. Instantly, the thousands of people in the group broke into 10,000 and continued to increase. Not long after, with Chu Mu in the lead, They arrived outside the sword tower of the monster-slaying battle team. Their path was blocked. There were a lot of people blocking the way. There were 2 vice captains of the monster slayer battle team, 6 elders, dozens of God Condensation Realm swordsmen, and a large number of 6th Transformation Realm swordsmen of the Origin Realm. Chumu, what are you doing in my monster slayer battle team? One of the vice captains asked. He was a peak God Condensation Realm swordsman of the Deshang Realm. When he spoke, his eyes shot out a cold light, which made his aura even sharper. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? Chu Mu smiled faintly, which made the other party's powerful aura stop. Chu Mu, leave now. Otherwise, you will be making an enemy out of my monster slayer battle team. That is not something that the Zhan Tian battle team can handle. Another vice captain stood out and shouted, Are you guys scared? Chu Mu said softly. Those 4 words were like thunder, causing the faces of the monster slayer battle team to change. Bastard. Who is scared? You guys are just a few people from the Zhan Tian battle team. The members of the monster slayer battle team were immediately enraged as they roared. If their anger could kill, Chu Mu would have already been chopped into pieces. Unfortunately, their anger couldn't kill, nor could it affect Chu Mu. In Chu Mu's eyes, they were just bluffing. Let Wang Dao come out. Chu Mu didn't care about their anger and said directly, The captain is in seclusion training. He has no time to deal with you. An elder said, You don't dare or you can't. Chu Mu's tone was calm, but his words were sharp like a sword, especially when there were tens of thousands of elite disciples watching from behind. It made the faces of the monster slayer battle team change. In fact, the 2 vice captains and 6 elders were very clear that Wang Dao didn't think he was Chu Mu's opponent, so he used seclusion as an excuse to avoid the battle. The reason was simple. Not long ago, Wang Dao had secretly fought with Hai Wuya and was slightly inferior. Hai Wuya was defeated by Chu Mu with 1 sword. Even if he used all his strength, he still wouldn't be Chu Mu's opponent. Since that was the case, he might as well not fight. If he fought, he would lose without a doubt, and in front of so many people. Chu Mu, I've already said that our captain is in seclusion training. He can't be disturbed. That elder emphasized expressionlessly. Wang Dao, only swordmaster. You don't live up to your name. Chu Mu shook his head, smiled, and turned to leave. The members of the Monster Slayer battle team were all incomparably furious. They wanted to charge up and beat Chu Mu up. Unfortunately, they didn't dare because Chu Mu was too strong. Even the Monster Slayer battle team was swept away. They didn't have the confidence to fight with Chu Mu. Just as the members of the Monster Slayer battle team were angry but didn't dare to speak, Chu Mu left. The direction he was heading was the sword tower of the God Slayer battle team. Not long after, Chu Mu's group arrived outside the sword tower of the God Slayer battle team. Once again, they were blocked. The people who blocked Chu Mu's path were the 2 vice captains, 7 elders, and dozens of spirit condensation realm swordsmen. Chu Mu, are you here to challenge our captain? One of the vice captains took a step forward and asked. You can say that. Chu Mu said indifferently. I heard that you defeated the vast sea sword master, Hai Wuya. I don't believe it. Come and fight with me. Only after defeating me will you have the right to challenge our captain. The vice captain shouted. His cultivation base was slightly higher than the vice captains of the Monster Slayer battle team. He was at the peak of the spirit condensation realm. You're not my opponent. Chu Mu said. What he said was the truth, but in the other party's ears, it sounded so despicable. Take this. Without wasting any more words, he directly pulled out his sword and used all his strength to slash at Chu Mu. The resplendent sword light streaked across the night sky. It was so breathtaking that it almost blinded everyone. Chu Mu smiled and raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers opened and closed. Instantly, he caught the incoming sword. No matter how hard the vice captain tried, he couldn't move it at all. In terms of cultivation base, Chu Mu was inferior to him. However, in terms of the purity of his sword origin, Chu Mu was above him. In terms of the strength of his body, Chu Mu was far superior. Needless to say, the difference between them was too great. Therefore, Chu Mu's clamp, which contained all kinds of power, immediately made the other party lose the ability to continue fighting. With a shake of his hands, a terrifying vibration power was transmitted. The sword vibrated at a high speed, causing the vice captain to lose his grip. Instantly an uproar sounded. A swordsman couldn't even hold the sword in his hand steadily. How could he fight? With a light flick, the sword flew out and stabbed into the ground. It swayed slightly. It was very ironic. The vice captain's face turned green and red. He felt that he was too ashamed to face anyone. With a loud roar, he didn't even want his sword. He ran away and disappeared from everyone's sight. The other members of the God-Slayer battle team felt ashamed. "Captain Chu, please. Our captain is waiting for you inside," another vice captain said. At this time they couldn't panic. The others are not allowed to enter. Chu Mu walked in, while the others were blocked outside. If they tried to force their way in, there would definitely be a huge conflict. The consequences were unpredictable. They all felt like a cat was clawing at their hearts. Alone, he walked into the depths of the God-Slayer battle team's sword towers. The God-Slayer battle team was the strongest of the 3 super battle teams. The captain was Jiang Tianmu, and he was also the number 1 elite disciple. The atmosphere here was very heavy and filled with killing intent. Chu Mu had not seen Jiang Tianmu yet, but he felt that his every move was being monitored. Chu Mu's expression did not change as he continued forward, going even deeper. Gradually, a figure appeared in front of him. That person didn't seem very old, just a little over 30 years old. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and he wore a silver-gray robe. He had a slender figure. His eyes were closed, and he was facing Chu Mu. It made Chu Mu have a strange feeling, as if he was being locked on by a gaze. That gaze seemed to come from the person in front of him. It also seemed to come from the void in front of him. It was as if there was an eye hidden in the void that could see through all illusions. This person was the captain of the God-Slayer battle team, Jiang Tianmu. He was also known as Sword Venerate Heavenly Eye. This was the first time Chu Mu saw Jiang Tianmu. Before, he had only heard of his reputation as the number 1 elite disciple. Now that he saw him, he had a feeling that Hai Wuya was inferior to him. Although he didn't know what Wang Dao was like, facing his challenge, Wang Dao didn't want to fight. He was clearly inferior to Hai Wuya, let alone Jiang Tianmu. The reason why the God-Slayer battle team was the number 1 battle team of the Sky Edge Sword Palace was directly related to Jiang Tianmu. "You're here," Jiang Tianmu said. His voice was calm, as if he had seen through everything. It was full of charm, and it affected the fluctuations of the surrounding air, creating a unique atmosphere. He wanted to trap Chu Mu and seize the initiative. Chu Mu's cultivation level was higher than Jiang Tianmu's, so he instantly saw through Jiang Tianmu's plan. He only smiled slightly and didn't answer. This made Jiang Tianmu feel as if he had stabbed at nothing with his sword. "Chu Mu, when you rose back then, I knew that there would be a battle between us sooner or later," Jiang Tianmu said. Jiang Tianmu did not back down and spoke again. His tone still had that unique charm, as if it was a habit that had turned into an instinct. "So I'm here," Chu Mu said. His tone also had its own charm. It was a confrontation with Jiang Tianmu. Jiang Tianmu was experienced in using this kind of tone, while Chu Mu was new to it. However, his cultivation level was higher than Jiang Tianmu's, so they were evenly matched. Chapter 889. Jiang Tianmu did not speak again. Instead, he grabbed the sword hilt and slowly pulled it out. The sound of the sword was melodious and resounding through the sky. The dazzling sword light burst forth. The terrifying sharpness was like the awakening of a giant beast from its slumber. Jiang Tianmu pointed his sword at Chu Mu, and the feeling of being pierced through became even more intense. In the next moment, Jiang Tianmu's figure moved and his sword pierced over. This sword seemed ordinary, but it was actually extremely profound. Chu Mu felt that he could not avoid it. Chu Mu's eyes flashed, and he was inwardly astonished that Jiang Tianmu's sword skills were so profound. Among all the opponents he had encountered, Jiang Tianmu's sword skills were the most profound. Jiang Tianmu unsheathed his non-return sword and slashed out. Jiang Tianmu's mastery of power control had also reached the state of one with the sword, which was even higher than Hai Wuya's. His sword skills were even more profound, and with the combination of his sword intent and metal profound, each of his sword strikes seemed ordinary, but they were actually extremely powerful. Chu Mu's sword had reached the state of one with the sword, and his sword intent and profound were even above Jiang Tianmu's. Moreover, in terms of sword skills, he was still superior to Jiang Tianmu's. In theory, Chu Mu should have easily gained the upper hand and defeated Jiang Tianmu. However, that was not the case. Jiang Tianmu's sword skills were very strange. He seemed to be able to see the changes in Chu Mu's sword skills in advance and cut to the crux. It was hard to tell who was better in a short period of time. Chu Mu was confident that if he used the 9 revolutions sword intent and profound, he would be able to suppress Jiang Tianmu and defeat him. However, this was not Chu Mu's original intention. He wanted to temper himself and strengthen himself through challenges. What he was most proficient in was sword skills. In the clash of sword skills, no sword skills were used. Both of them seemed to have the same plan and tacit understanding, using their sword skills to determine who was better. Every time, Chu Mu's sword technique would be seen through by Jiang Tianmu, and he would have to change again. This feeling was very strange. It was as if there was an invisible eye that could see through all illusions, constantly staring at him. Jiang Tianmu, sword Venerable Heaven, I. Chu Mu was distracted by his thoughts during the battle. Suddenly he came to a realization. The title of a sword venerate was usually related to one's own ability. Sword venerate heavenly, I meant that Jiang Tianmu's ability was related to the heavenly eye. Furthermore, Chu Mu's feeling of being seen through made him even more certain. Jiang Tianmu must have a unique ability that allowed him to see the trajectories of things that others could not see. This was also the reason why he was able to fight Chu Mu without being at a disadvantage, even though his sword essence profound and his swordsmanship were not as good as Chu Mu's. After realizing this, Chu Mu became even more interested. He continued to exchange sword techniques with Jiang Tianmu. Chu Mu's comprehension ability was second in the entire Sky Edge Sword Palace. Jiang Tianmu's comprehension ability was not as good as Chu Mu's. He relied on the heavenly eye. As they exchanged blows, Chu Mu gradually grasped something. The changes in his swordsmanship started to become difficult for Jiang Tianmu to grasp. Chu Mu also felt that his swordsmanship, which had already reached its limit, seemed to have improved a little, even though it was only a little. Jiang Tianmu slashed out with his sword again. This time, although it looked ordinary, it was more profound than before. For the first time, Jiang Tianmu made a mistake and could not block it. He hurriedly dodged, but Chu Mu cut off a strand of his hair. I'll fight you with all my strength, Jiang Tianmu said. Jiang Tianmu said. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly changed. The world was vast and mighty, and all laws were strict. His body automatically floated up from the ground. His robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. The sky behind him was instantly engulfed by darkness, and a chilling feeling descended. Then, with a buzzing sound, a crack appeared in the dark sky behind Jiang Tianmu, forming a single eye. The eye was dark and lifeless. Then Jiang Tianmu's eyes, which had been closed all this time, opened. A silver light flashed, and the dark eye lit up. The silver light spread and turned into a cold, silver eye. It was like the eye of an ancient god that could see through all illusions in the world. There was nothing it could not see through. The moment the silver eye appeared, Jiang Tianmu opened his eyes and looked at Chu Mu. Chu Mu felt as if he had been completely seen through. He felt as if his entire body, inside and out, and even his previous and current lives had been seen through. There was nowhere for him to hide. This feeling made Chu Mu feel very uncomfortable. The tyrannical sword will and divine will flowed, attacking his entire body and killing everything. The feeling of being completely seen through was greatly reduced, but he was still locked on. His every move was under the watch of Jiang Tianmu. Jiang Tianmu's sword principle. Heavenly Eye Sword Principle. Heavenly Eye Sword Principle. Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Eye. Take my sword, there's nowhere to hide. Jiang Tianmu's voice also changed, as if there was an accent. He slashed out with his sword light, which was translucent and golden. It turned into an arc and slashed out. The world around Chu Mu seemed to be completely sealed, and there was nowhere for him to hide. Since there was no way to avoid it, he could only take it head-on. He slashed out with the sword of no return and slashed out with wind cutter. The expected collision of sword skills did not occur. Chu Mu's sword light missed, and the sword light was full of spirituality. It slashed past Chu Mu's sword skill and attacked Chu Mu again. No matter how Chu Mu's sword changed, the arc of light kept changing. It attacked Chu Mu, and there was no way to dodge or block it. There was indeed nowhere to hide. However, Chu Mu's means were not limited to this. The power of the sword technique domain was activated, and the surrounding space was distorted. It immediately affected the arc of light. Although it was only a slight effect, it was enough. He slashed out with wind cutter again, and the sword light was instantly shattered. The power of the sword technique, nowhere to hide, was equivalent to an advanced second-grade human class sword technique. It was several times weaker than wind cutter, which was a second-grade human class earth-piercing sword technique. There was no way to defend against it. After shattering the arc of light, Chu Mu slashed out again. Green and red colors intertwined, and the wind fire will spun at a high speed. Jiang Tianmu's eyes trembled, and the single eye on his back suddenly lit up, shooting out a cold silver light toward the wind fire wheel. With a snap, the wind fire wheel was shattered, and the cold silver light, which had been weakened by more than half, shot toward Chu Mu. The power of the sword Dao was boundless. Even a second-grade human-class, earth-piercing sword technique was shattered, and it still had enough power to attack Chu Mu. Chu Mu was surprised. He slashed out again, and it was still the wind fire wheel. It broke through the air and cancelled out the cold silver power of the sky Eyesword Dao. Jiang Tianmu's move proved that he was more powerful than Hai Wuya. Hai Wuya would not use the power of the vast ocean, Sword Dao. Jiang Tianmu, take this. Chu Mu said with a smile, stabbing out with his sword. This sword was purple and fiery red. It was the power of the thunder profound and the fire profound. Under Chu Mu's research, these two profound powers formed a new sword technique called the Thunder Fire Kill. The speed of the thunder was extremely fast, and the fire was extremely fierce. Jiang Tianmu could not dodge for a moment, nor could he activate the sky eye to shoot out the power of the sword Dao. He could only wave his sword and take it head-on. With a pung, Jiang Tianmu was sent flying into the sky. His sword trembled and almost flew out of his hand. His qi and blood were in turmoil, and his internal organs were injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood. If not for the armor on him, his body would have been injured by the thunder fire kill. The single eye on his back shattered, and the dark sky also dissipated in an instant. Sheathing the non-returned sword, Chu Mu glanced at Jiang Tianmu, who had landed on the ground. Without saying anything, he turned and walked out of the god-slaying battle team's sword tower. Jiang Tianmu stood up and looked at Chu Mu's back. He could not calm down for a long time. Only when Chu Mu's figure disappeared did he close his eyes again. His aura also calmed down. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he turned and walked into his sword tower. Outside the sword tower, tens of thousands of sword practitioners were gathered, all of them waiting. Qin Shanha and the rest stood at the front, blocked by the god-slaying battle team. They could not enter. He's out. He's out. Chu Mu is out. The instant Chu Mu's figure appeared, there were immediately cries of surprise. Everyone looked at Chu Mu. All eyes focused on him. Look, he doesn't have any injuries. He doesn't seem to have fought. Could it be that he didn't fight with Jiang Tianmu? He fought with Hai Wuya until he defeated Hai Wuya, but he was also not injured. There are also no traces of a battle. According to what you said, could it be that Jiang Tianmu was also defeated by Chu Mu? Discussions rose one after another, but the god-slaying battle team's members were pale. Shut up. How could Chu Mu defeat our head captain? That's right. Our head captain is the #1 elite disciple. Hai Wuya is also not his opponent. No matter how strong Chu Mu is, it is impossible for him to defeat our head captain. The god-slaying battle team's members roared. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they would never believe that their head captain would be defeated by Chu Mu. Although Chu Mu looked fine, they believed that the two sides did not fight. Chu Mu is out. We will know when we ask him. That's right, we will know when we ask Chu Mu. Captain, you won? Qin Shanha asked. His voice was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Tu Gang and the rest were the same. Yes. Chu Mu only nodded. He did not say much, but this was enough. Quick, let's go see the head captain. The God Murder Team's vice head captain was also stunned. He hastily said and turned around to run away. The elders all followed. The other team members angrily glared at the surrounding people. When they saw Chu Mu, their eyes were filled with deep respect, and they also turned around to leave. In the blink of an eye, the god-slaying battle team's members were all gone. Chu Mu also left with the Zhen Tian battle team's members. Tens of thousands of swordsmen looked at Chu Mu with respect. It was as if they were looking at a high and mighty god. They took the initiative to open a path for Chu Mu to pass. After Chu Mu left, these swordsmen started to discuss. Their voices were so noisy that it was like a bustling market. It could be imagined that after today, Chu Mu's prestige would be unparalleled among all the disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace. He was the #1 disciple of the Sky Edge Sword Palace. Everyone would be under his halo. The Zhen Tian battle team would also be famous because of Chu Mu's strength. Their aura would increase, and their prestige would overshadow the other 4 super battle teams. When the head instructor knew that Chu Mu had consecutively challenged the head captains of the 4 super battle teams, he could not help but laugh. Chapter 890. The rise of the Zhen Tian battle team was unstoppable. The God Slayer battle team had Jiang Tianmu as their #1 battle team. Now, the Zhen Tian battle team had Chu Mu, who was even stronger than Jiang Tianmu. Their reputation had already surpassed the God Slayer battle team, the Demon Slayer battle team, the Monster Slayer battle team, and the Stardust battle team. The strength of the God Slayer battle team does not only come from Jiang Tianmu. Currently, only Chu Mu is the strongest in the Zhen Tian battle team. The other 9 are nothing to worry about. One of the vice captains of the Demon Slayer battle team sneered as he directly saw the weakness of the Zhen Tian battle team. That's right. If the 9 of them want to increase their strength, they will need to spend a lot of time. By then, we will be even stronger and will be able to suppress them. Another vice captain also sneered. Because of Chu Mu, the Zhen Tian battle team's reputation skyrocketed and they were in the limelight for a while. However, there were still people who could see the shortcomings of the battle team, and that was the other 9 people besides Chu Mu. The strongest, Gong Feiyu, was only at the initial stage of the God Condensation Realm. His sword will and ultimacy had been refined to the late stage of the 7th Transformation Realm. That was the limit. He was not as good as Sikong Jan and the others, but he was on par with Sikong Ao. The strength of the other 8 was only at the middle level among the God Condensation realm swordsmen. Only by increasing the strength of Gong Feiyu and the other 8 could the Zhan Tian battle team truly surpass the 4 super battle teams. Now, it was only because of the prestige brought by Chu Mu's strength. This kind of strength was just a facade and had no foundation. Chu Mu was not a fool. Before the challenge, he also understood this point. But he still did it. His purpose was very simple. First, let the Zhan Tian battle team surpass the other 4 super battle teams in terms of prestige. This would have a very good motivational effect. Then it would also bring pressure to Qin Shanha and the other 8 people. Pressure was motivation. With enough pressure, there would be enough motivation. In addition to the swordsmanship that he had imparted to them, under hard practice, their strength would definitely increase significantly in a short period of time. It was not impossible for them to challenge someone of a higher level. What Chu Mu wanted was the true strength of Zhan Tian's battle team. 3 days after the challenge ended, Chu Mu imparted all 99 stances of the Celestial Extreme Sword art to Qin Shanha and the others. He also got them to cultivate continuously while he watched from the side and pointed out the inadequacies, allowing everyone to gradually deepen their understanding and grasp of the Celestial Extreme Sword art. Every single one of them had reached the limit of advanced realm in terms of their control over their strength. Thus, it wasn't difficult for them to cultivate the 99 forms of the Sky Extreme Sword art. However, it wasn't easy for them to completely comprehend the Sky Extreme Sword art. In order to make them stronger in a short period of time, Chu Mu had spared no expense. Other than giving them pointers on the cultivation of the Celestial Extreme Sword art, Chu Mu even personally fought with them, allowing them to truly feel the profoundness of the Celestial Extreme Sword art. In a flash, half a month had passed. The 9 of them had reached a very profound level in their mastery of the Heaven's Extreme Sword art. If they were to cultivate by themselves, they would need at least 2 to 3 years to reach this level. These are my insights on the sword art. Chu Mu took out the sword art cultivation insights that he had recorded over the past few days and handed them to Qin Shanha for everyone to read and comprehend. Then he took out the time compass and 90 low-grade sand of time, explaining the profoundness and so on. Everyone was shocked. There's actually such a precious treasure in this world. All of them were in a daze. At the same time, they were very touched. They had never heard of such a precious treasure. Yet Chu Mu took it out for them to use. This showed how much importance Chu Mu placed on them. All right, for the next 9 months, you guys will take turns using the time compass to cultivate. Do your best to improve your strength. Chu Mu said, I'm going to the Crimson Wasteland for a walk. I hope that when I return, your strength will have improved by leaps and bounds. Captain, don't worry. We'll definitely cultivate with all our might. When the time comes, our strength will improve by a lot. They were touched that Chu Mu placed so much importance on them. At the same time, they also secretly made up their minds. Even if they were to die of exhaustion, they would cultivate with all their might. They would cherish every breath and try their best to improve their strength to the limit. Nodding, Chu Mu also believed in his companions. As the #1 elite disciple and the most famous demonic swordsman, Chu Mu would receive a lot of attention wherever he went. As soon as he entered the Sky Peak Valley, countless gazes landed on him. They were filled with passion. As soon as he walked out of the Sky Peak Valley, these gazes followed him and passed on all kinds of information. In the Crimson Wasteland, the thick smell of blood was still dense. A faint, baleful aura floated in the air. There was no sunlight in the sky, and it was dusky. It looked as if a storm was coming. It was gloomy and oppressive. Chu Mu's purpose in entering the Crimson Wasteland was to kill. The purpose of killing was not to vent or simply to pursue the pleasure of killing. It was to cultivate the secret technique, divine weapon of slaughter. To cultivate the divine weapon of slaughter, One had to first master the divine, desolate sword seed art and condense a sword embryo in the middle dantian. Chu Mu already had a sword embryo. The sword embryo needed nourishment to grow and take shape. How could he provide nourishment to the sword embryo? The divine weapon of slaughter's secret technique was essential. If there was slaughter, there would be killing intent, baleful aura, resentment, evil aura, and other negative auras. When they were weak, they were not much of a hindrance. Once they were strong to a certain degree, they could even kill people. The cultivation of the divine weapon of slaughter was to absorb all kinds of negative auras and absorb them into the sword embryo. It would nourish the sword embryo and allow the sword embryo to take shape. There were pure and mixed energies. There were strong and weak energies. Absorbing strong and pure energies would have better effects. Chu Mu needed to kill powerful opponents to be able to absorb high-quality negative energies. The so-called powerful opponents would be at least in the god condensation realm. It would be best if they could fight with him. Although he could not fly, it did not stop Chu Mu from riding the wind. His feet left the ground. Under the support of the profound of wind, he flew forward at a speed faster than the speed of sound. After a few thousand meters, the tip of his foot lightly touched the ground. Borrowing a trace of strength, he left the ground again. Along the way, Chu Mu encountered some immemorial beasts. However, they were all too weak. They were only at the level of an origin realm swordsman. Chu Mu had no desire to fight. As he continued to move forward, he went deep into the crimson wasteland. Chu Mu encountered a few mutated races. They were all in the god condensation realm. He unsheathed his sword of no return and killed them all. The divine weapon of slaughter's secret technique was activated. Suddenly, from the bodies of the mutated races, strands of gray aura floated up. After circling once, they flew towards Chu Mu and entered Chu Mu's body. Chu Mu's body shook as he felt waves of coldness invading his body. This was the aura of resentment. It was the resentment of being killed by Chu Mu. The divine weapon of slaughter's secret technique was activated. These strands of resentment were like docile suns. Under the guidance of Chu Mu, they flew towards his middle dantian. Once they entered his middle dantian, the sword embryo trembled and released a powerful suction force. It directly sucked in the strands of gray aura. The slightly trembling sword embryo seemed to have a mind of its own. Chu Mu could feel its joy. It was a kind of admiration. Chu Mu did not know how much negative aura energy it had to absorb for the sword embryo to grow and take shape. He could only continue to find powerful opponents to kill and provide nourishment for the sword embryo. The Crimson Wasteland was a place similar to a battlefield. There were humans and other races here. They fought and killed each other. Chu Mu did not have to worry about not having opponents. His strength was great. Every time he encountered an opponent, they would die under his sword. They would become his battle points and at the same time become the energy to nourish the sword embryo. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu had already been active in the Crimson Wasteland for a month. In total, he had killed over 100 foreign races. Compared to a month ago, the sword embryo was twice as large. Its color was even purer, and fuller. Many foreign races had died under Chu Mu's sword. Chu Mu's ferocious reputation had spread far and wide. Chu Mu has actually appeared again. Not only has he broken the god-sealing blood curse of our nether god clan, but his strength has also greatly increased. He was able to easily kill the ghost fetus realm clansman of the Deshang clan, an elder of the nether god clan said in a hoarse voice. This child is a monstrous genius of the human race. We absolutely cannot allow him to grow. Otherwise, he will become a powerful enemy of our clan, another elder said. No, let's not be in a hurry to kill him. It's best to capture him alive. We must know how he broke the god-sealing blood curse, the third elder said. The god-sealing blood curse was one of the most terrifying curse techniques of the nether god clan. It could only be cast with the life of a member of the Nether God clan as the price. Since ancient times, no one had ever broken it. Chu Mu was a precedent. Therefore, they had to know how Chu Mu could break the god-sealing blood curse and then improve it to make it even more perfect. Otherwise, they would feel very uneasy. Therefore, capturing Chu Mu alive was more important than directly killing him, other than interrogating him for the method to break the god-sealing blood curse. They could also refine Chu Mu into a nether god puppet. It would definitely be a huge blow to the human swordsmen of the Sky Edge Sword Palace. Let Ming Xie do it, the Nether God clan's Grand Elder said finally. All right, Ming Xie is the strongest person in our clan below the Nether King. With him, there's a 90% chance of success, the other elders said. However, in order to ensure the success of capturing Chu Mu alive, let Ming Xie bring a few more helpers, said the Grand Elder. The reason why the Nether God clan hadn't directly sent out Nether King level experts was because they felt that although Chu Mu was monstrous, there was no need for them to send out Nether King level experts to deal with him. The second reason was that if a Nether King level expert entered the Crimson Wasteland, the other clans would immediately know. At that time, a chaotic battle would be unavoidable. Unless even Ming Xie couldn't do anything to Chu Mu, the Nether God clan wouldn't send out Nether King level experts to deal with him at all costs. Chu Mu didn't know that danger was approaching. This time his opponent was extremely powerful. After so many years, Chu Mu once again entered the stone tomb in the Crimson Wasteland. This stone tomb had been discovered many years ago and had been explored many times. He gradually went deeper into it. In the past, when Chu Mu entered the stone tomb, he didn't feel anything. Now that he entered, he immediately felt an invisible power. That power seemed to be some kind of suppression. When one's strength reached a certain level, they would be suppressed by this invisible power. Chapter 891. Inside ancient tombs, there was no lack of people exploring. Not long after Chu Mu entered, he met a group of human swordsmen who happened to know Chu Mu. Isn't that Chu Mu? He's actually moving alone. He's so powerful. What's so strange about him moving alone? These people had all seen Chu Mu's challenge that day. They had seen Chu Mu defeat Hai Wuya with their own eyes. Thus, they were all in awe of Chu Mu. Only after Chu Mu had left did they begin to talk about him in low voices. The outer tombs had all been opened, and so were the tombs in the middle. Only by going deeper would one be able to find the unopened tombs. The deeper one went into the tombs, the greater the pressure would be. Those who were not strong enough would not dare to go in, or else they would be suppressed to the point where they would not be able to use their full strength. Chu Mu had entered the tombs for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to explore and find treasures. Secondly, those who could enter the depths of the tombs were usually experts. They had to be at least at the god condensation realm, suitable for killing and cultivating the slaughter god weapon secret arts. It's a human swordsman. Is he alone? He actually came in here alone. Let's kill him and get battle points. A team of heavenly demon clansmen encountered Chu Mu. There were 6 of them in total. Each of them had reached the demon core realm, which was equivalent to the divine congealing realm of the human race or the ghost fetus realm of the underworld god clan. Among the 6 of them, the weakest was at the demon core realm, while the strongest was at the demon core realm. Deshang's eyes shone with a green light like a hungry wolf. In their eyes, Chu Mu was the prey. They did not know that in Chu Mu's eyes they were the prey. Facing the 6 heavenly demon people, Chu Mu's expression did not change as he strode forward. This human is really courageous. He didn't even run after seeing us. This is more fun. We might as well capture him alive and sell him for a good price. A heavenly demon suddenly had an idea. Good idea. The others all agreed. Killing them would give them battle points, but it was not a lot. If they could capture them alive and sell them as slaves, the rewards would be even greater. The 6 members of the heavenly monster tribe moved fast, as if they were afraid that Chu Mu would escape. They surrounded Chu Mu and tried to capture him. In an instant, Chu Mu was surrounded by 6 heavenly demon tribesmen. The bodies of the heavenly monster tribe members were tough. Overall, they were much stronger than the swordsmen of the human clan. In a one-on-one battle, the heavenly monster tribe members were usually stronger unless the swordsman of the human clan was a real genius. In a 6 versus 1 situation, in theory, Chu Mu could only be captured alive. In an instant, Chu Mu was surrounded. However, he did not panic. He unsheathed the no-return sword. A thin beam of golden light shot into the void and circled around him. Then he sheathed the no-return sword. The 6 members of the heavenly monster tribe who wanted to capture Chu Mu seemed to be immobilized by the body-fixing art. They were frozen in their outstretched hands. Their eyes widened and their pupils constricted. They were filled with fear and unwillingness. A trail of blood silently appeared on their throats and spread out. Blood spurted out from their throats. The 6 members of the heavenly monster tribe fell backward, using the secret skill of the divine slaughtering weapon. 6 wisps of pure gray aura floated up from the corpses of the 6 members of the heavenly monster tribe and entered Chu Mu's body. Chu Mu felt his body shiver again as a cold aura swept over him. After being nourished by the 6 wisps of gray aura, the sword embryo seemed to glow even more brightly. After absorbing the aura of resentment and gaining battle points, Chu Mu even looted the loot. In the end, he gained something. It turned out that the 6 members of the heavenly monster tribe had opened a tomb not long ago. They had gained something and were planning to return to their tribe. However, they bumped into Chu Mu. Tragedy befell them. They were all killed by Chu Mu and died tragically. After sorting through the items, Chu Mu found that most of the items were of average value. However, to other God Condensation Realm swordsmen, they would be ecstatic. What really caught Chu Mu's attention was a book. It was a handwritten letter. On the cover of this book, there were only 2 words: Insights. It was written with a brush. The strokes were sharp and restrained. It was very tasteful. Chu Mu took a few deep looks at it. He knew that the person who wrote these 2 words must have a high level of swordsmanship. His understanding of swordsmanship was also better than an ordinary swordsman's. The handwritten letter was not thick. It was probably only a few dozen pages. Chu Mu flipped it open. Immediately, a simple and unadorned feeling rushed towards him. There was also a restrained sharpness within. The moment he opened it, he saw words. The words were vigorous and powerful. It showed that the swordsman who wrote this handwritten letter was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also in calligraphy. He could be called a master. Upon closer inspection, each word seemed to contain a sharp sword that was about to jump out of the paper and slash at him. Chu Mu could vaguely see the sharp swords that were either stabbing or slashing as they practiced a swordsmanship. This sword technique could be said to be exquisite. Chu Mu simply stopped walking and stood there, carefully flipping through the book. However, he didn't completely immerse himself in it. Instead, he split his attention between reading and paying attention to his surroundings. Not long after, Chu Mu finished reading the book. It was a book that recorded the insights and experiences of swordsmanship. In other words, it was the insights and experiences of a sword of Gojoseon. After reading it, Chu Mu also obtained a swordsmanship from it. However, compared to the Tianhuang sword technique, it was still a bit lacking. It was not of much help to Chu Mu. The most useful thing was actually the content, the insights and experiences of cultivating swordsmanship. This book could be called a treasure. Any divine condensation swordsman would be overjoyed to obtain it. Even if it was an expert on the level of the sword of Gojoseon, they would treasure it because it was useful to them as well. This was the insights and experiences left behind by a sword of Gojoseon called Xianyu. It was profound and easy to understand. Apart from recording it for himself, it also seemed to have the intention of teaching the younger generation. As such, it started from profound sword skills to rule sword skills, which were the earth-level sword skills. From this book, Chu Mu also understood one thing more clearly. Human-level sword skills and Earth-level sword skills were actually interlinked. Human-level sword skills used sword intent and profound energy, while Earth-level sword skills used sword intent and rules power. Rules power was the upgraded version of profound energy, just like how profound energy was the upgraded version of the power of conception. When a swordsman cultivated sword skills, he used profound energy as the foundation. It was a human-level sword skill. When he comprehended rules, profound energy would transform into rules power. Then the profound energy in the sword skill could be replaced with rules power, allowing the human-level sword skill to be upgraded to Earth-level sword skill. Of course, even if one comprehended rules and transformed profound energy into rules power, upgrading a human-level sword skill to an Earth-level sword skill was not something that could be done overnight. It required a process. Depending on one's comprehension ability, the process could be long or short. Some swordsmen might be able to upgrade in a short period of time, while others would need several years or even more than 10 years. This book recorded how to start from scratch, how to comprehend a sword skill, how to combine 2 profound energy to comprehend a second-grade sword skill, how to combine 3 profound energy to comprehend a third-grade sword skill, and how to combine 3 profound energy to comprehend a third-grade sword skill. Lastly, how to upgrade a human-level sword skill to an Earth-level sword skill after comprehending the rules power. After reading about half of it, Chu-Mu suddenly felt enlightened. His self-created sword skills, from the first grade to the second grade of the human-level sword skill, he also had a lot of experience. After cross-referencing with each other, all kinds of insights became clear. If Chu-Mu had been exploring by himself before, although he had created some sword skills, he had never formed a clear understanding. Now, with the guidance of this sword skill book, Chu-Mu formed a system by cross-referencing and cross-referencing, which was more conducive to the cultivation and creation of sword skills in the future, especially for the creation of third-grade sword skills. Chu-Mu had been working hard. He only had some clues, but he always felt like he was in the clouds. It was unclear and unclear, as if there was a layer of membrane between him and the sword skill. Now, after reading this sword skill book, it was as if an invisible hand had opened the clouds and seen the moon. The membrane was almost pierced through. With this sword skill book, I will soon be able to create the first third-grade sword skill. Chu-Mu thought to himself. Still unsatisfied, Chu-Mu looked around and found an open and empty tomb. He walked in and then set up layers of seals. Sitting in the empty tomb, he continued to read the sword skill book. At this time, Chu-Mu was very inspired, especially when there were some examples in this book. The mysterious jade, sword of Gojoseon, was obviously very attentive. It was very likely that he also intended to leave some wealth for the future generations. The above examples interested Chu-Mu very much. It mentioned how to combine the wind profound, the fire profound, and the earth profound with the sword essence as the foundation to carry a sword skill, which was a third-grade sword skill of the human level. This should be a sword skill created by the mysterious jade sword of Gojoseon himself. He had personally experienced it and used it as an example to explain it. The language was concise and clear, which made it easy to understand. Reading along the text, Yi Fu-Tian's understanding of this third-grade sword skill, which was formed by the combination of the wind profound, the fire profound, and the earth profound, became deeper and deeper. Chu-Mu had also comprehended these 3 profound. So far, he had only created a second-grade sword skill, the wind fire wheel, which was a combination of the wind profound and the fire profound. To integrate the third profound into it was 10 times more difficult than before. However, with this sword skill book, Chu-Mu gradually had clue. He was more confident that he could create a third-grade sword skill in a shorter period of time. At this moment, Chu-Mu's thoughts surged and his inspiration exploded. He was in an extremely good state. He planned on using this sword technique insights to break through in one go and successfully create this third rank sword technique. Even if it was just an embryonic form, it would be fine. Not long after, Chumu finished reading the example. It did not mention what kind of sword skill could be created with the wind profound, the fire profound, and the earth profound. Obviously, it did not want the future generations to be influenced by the mysterious jade sword of Gojoseon. Instead, it provided a way for the future generations to comprehend and create a sword skill that was suitable for them. Understanding this point, Chumu felt as if he was about to break through that layer of membrane. The embryonic form of a third-rank sword technique began to appear in his mind, gradually becoming clearer. Chapter 892. At the entrance of the stone tomb in the blood-colored wasteland, 3 figures appeared. They were dressed in black robes and looked strange and mysterious. Their figures were like specters as they floated into the stone tomb and disappeared. The demon-like black figures quickly advanced through the stone tomb's passageway. They were unobstructed and didn't stop at all. They had already used some method to find Chumu's location. At this moment, Chumu was still immersed in the study of sword techniques. There was a seal he had set up outside the tomb, which was enough to block the attack of a deity condensation realm swordsman. The moment someone attacked the seal, it would immediately alert Chumu. Chumu stared at his right palm with rapt attention. Above his bent palm, there were 3 strands of energy spiraling. One was cyan, which was the power of the wind profound. One was red, which was the power of the fire profound, and one was brown, which was the power of the earth profound. In order to create a grade 3 sword skill, the first step was to fuse the 3 types of profound force. Otherwise, the sword skill would not be able to succeed. Under Chumu's control, the cyan wind Upanishad and the red fire Upanishad approached each other. Without any collision, they fused together, turning into a cyan and red power with the speed of wind and the high temperature of fire. Wind, fire, wind, fire, wind, fire, wind, fire, wind, 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 fire, wind, wind, fire, wind, wind, fire, wind, wind, fire, 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 wind, fire, wind, fire, wind, wind, fire, wind, fire, wind, fire, wind, wind, fire, wind. Fire, wind, fire, wind, wind, fire, 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 wind, fire. Wind, fire, wind, fire, wind, fire, wind, fire, wind, fire, wind, fire, wind. However, when Chumu controlled the third power, the earth Upanishad, to merge with the wind and fire Upanishad, it was repelled. The 2 powers kept colliding, and the earth Upanishad was about to collapse. How can I integrate the profound of earth into it? Chumu racked his brains. Although he had the guidance of the sword skill experience, it was only a theory. He still had to rely on himself to truly understand it. A light flashed in his head. Chumu scattered his wind and fire power Upanishad, turning them into a single power Upanishad. Wind can help fire. Thus, it's easy to fuse wind and fire power Upanishad. So, can I use another power to fuse with earth power Upanishad? Wind is graceful and agile and will never stop. Earth is heavy and steady, but it can stay still for a long time. One is moving, while the other is still. These 2 powers are obviously opposites, just like fire and water. They are almost impossible to merge. Then, I can only try to merge the fire profound with the earth profound. The profound of fire and the profound of earth both belong to the 5 elements. According to the principle of mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements, fire can create earth. As soon as this thought popped up in his head, Chumu immediately understood something. Subconsciously, he controlled the fire power Upanishad and the earth power Upanishad to approach each other. He used the power of the fire power Upanishad to merge with the earth power Upanishad. Among the 5 elements, fire gave birth to earth. After comprehending this, Chumu only needed to spend some effort to successfully fuse the profundity of fire into the profundity of earth. The fusion of the two powers became a reddish-brown color, and as the fusion deepened, the color darkened until it became the color of burnt mud. Using the Fire Power Upanishad as a medium, I will fuse the Wind Power Upanishad, the Fire Power Upanishad, and the Earth Power Upanishad into one power. Using this power to fuse with the sword intent, I will create a third-grade sword skill. After dispersing the Fire and Earth Power Upanishad, Chumu controlled the Wind Power Upanishad to turn into a gust of wind, blowing towards the Fire Power Upanishad. The cyan power was absorbed by the Fire Power Upanishad. The color of the Fire Power Upanishad darkened continuously, turning into a dark red color with a hint of cyan. It looked like some kind of pattern was circling inside the Fire Power Upanishad. Subsequently, the strengthened Wind and Fire Power Upanishad approached the Earth Power Upanishad, burning fiercely as if it wanted to burn the Earth Power Upanishad into ashes. While burning, the Fire Power Upanishad gradually fused with the Earth Power Upanishad, causing the Earth Power Upanishad to undergo a qualitative change. When all of the Wind and Fire Power Upanishad fused with the Earth Power Upanishad, the Earth Power Upanishad was completely different. It was no longer brown, but a color similar to lava. It was almost burnt black, and there were countless cracks in the blackness. Each crack was different in size, and under the cracks there was a liquid flame, a kind of high-temperature energy that emitted a red light. Such a powerful power! Chumu was inwardly shocked. When his divine sense covered the new Power Upanishad, he even felt that his divine sense was burning, as if it was about to be burned. A terrifying, explosive high-temperature energy was hidden deep within the new power. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering and burn everything, just like a volcanic eruption. A sword skill using this kind of power must be very powerful, Chumu thought, feeling a burst of excitement. After successfully fusing the three Upanishad into a new power, Chumu continued to study, constantly familiarizing himself with this new power and controlling it. His mind was divided into two. One was familiarizing himself with the new power, and the other was thinking about how to fuse this new power with his sword intent to form a sword skill. Sword skills were a kind of skill, a kind of sublimation after fusing different kinds of power. It wasn't something that could be done casually with just power. It required all kinds of knowledge, all kinds of understanding, and all kinds of understanding. Chumu had created some sword skills before, so he had experience. His attainments in sword arts were extraordinary, and his understanding of the sword was profound. Adding on the guidance of the sword skill experience, he quickly had a clear idea of how to create a grade 3 sword skill. Ming Xie brought the two geniuses of the underworld god clan to Chumu's location. He's actually cultivating. Break the seal and capture him alive, said Ming Xie. His voice had the characteristic of the underworld god clan, cold and hoarse. The two geniuses of the underworld god clan didn't say anything. They waved their hands and began to form hand seals, using the underworld god curse technique. In an instant, a wind blade and a fireball formed, bombarding the seal and exploding. The seal shook violently and directly shattered. The moment the seal was hit, Chumu also woke up, leaving his cultivation state. His eyes swept around, and his mind spun rapidly. He immediately understood what was going on. Without hesitation, he unsheathed the no-return sword, and a green and red wheel slashed out. It was a grade 2 mortal grade earth-piercing sword skill, wind-fire wheel. Chumu's counterattack was too fast and somewhat unexpected. However, these three were all geniuses of the underworld god clan, so they immediately reacted. They formed hand seals and used the curse technique. A green and black wind blade tore through the air, carrying a trace of coldness. It collided with Chumu's wind beheading sword skill and shattered. As for the other two, one was a black and red fireball, and the other was a purple-black lightning. They attacked Chu Mu from two sides. He leaped high into the air, and the no-return sword stabbed out. The thunderfire kill shattered the purple-black lightning, and the wind fire wheel and the black and red fireball cancelled each other out. After the three moves collided, Chu Mu already knew how strong these three people were. Although they weren't King Realm experts, they were definitely very strong below the King Realm. Even Jiang Tianmu wasn't a match for any of them, worthy of being a human clan genius valued by the underworld god clan. But today you can't escape. Ming Xie laughed strangely. His figure suddenly retreated, and his hands quickly formed hand seals. The other two geniuses of the underworld god clan once again released the curse technique to attack Chu Mu, as if to buy time for Ming Xie. The Thunderfire Annihilation sword technique and the Firestorm will sword technique were performed one after another. This time it was the explosion of the 9 Revolution sword intent and the 9 Revolution profound. Even though the mountain quaking force was not infused into them, their power was still several times stronger than before. After breaking the curse technique of the two geniuses of the underworld god clan, he continued to attack. Completely beyond their expectations, he slashed at their black robes, creating layers of ripples. Then there seemed to be a cracking sound. The black robes of the two geniuses of the underworld god clan were destroyed, and they lost the protection of their treasured clothing. His sword intent profound has reached the 9th revolution. It's the limit of the 9th revolution. The information is wrong. The two geniuses of the underworld god clan quickly retreated. They were very shocked and hurriedly used the curse technique to delay Chu Mu. Ming Xie, who was using the curse technique, was also very shocked. According to the information, Chu Mu's sword intent and profound were at the peak of the 8th revolution. This was already very shocking to them, so they sent out the 3 strongest geniuses of the underworld god clan below the king realm to deal with him. The foundation of the underworld god clan and the power of their curse techniques were clearly stronger than human swordsmen at the same level. This was because they could resist Chu Mu's sword skills with their incantations that were not at the peak of the 8th revolution, sword intent and profound. Once Chu Mu raised his sword intent and profound to the peak of the 9th revolution, sword intent and profound, they would not be able to fight him head-on. At this time, Ming Xie's curse seal was successfully formed and the curse technique was used. Dark lightning prison. In an instant, Chu Mu felt a terrifying force lock onto him, as if it had descended from the sky and suppressed him. Then several black lightning bolts appeared in the sky, descending with a terrifying destructive aura. They fell around him, forming a black lightning prison, imprisoning him in the dark lightning prison. Seeing Chu Mu imprisoned in the dark lightning prison, the 3 geniuses of the underworld god clan floated over. Their goal was to capture Chu Mu alive, so when they attacked, they inevitably had some misgivings, afraid that they would accidentally kill Chu Mu. Now that they had imprisoned Chu Mu in the dark lightning prison, they were relieved. The dark lightning prison was one of the strongest curse techniques below king level curse techniques. It was most suitable for imprisoning targets. Ming Xie was able to use it in such a short time because of some external factors. Chu Mu could feel a terrifying power from each of the prison bars made of black lightning. "Go, take him back," Ming Xie said. 9th revolution, sword intent, and 9th revolution, profound. I really hope that we can fight him with all our strength before refining him into an underworld god puppet. If it were not for the mission, he definitely would have fought Chu Mu with all his strength and then killed Chu Mu. The 3 geniuses of the underworld god clan separated, forming a triangle in the dark lightning prison. They began to wave their hands, joining forces to cast a curse technique. A curse technique that required 3 geniuses of the underworld god clan to cast was naturally not simple. It was a king-level curse technique. Chu Mu immediately felt great danger. No matter what, he could not let them successfully cast the curse technique, or he would end up in a terrible state. The most important thing now was to break out of this dark lightning prison and escape. Chapter 893. The inside of the Dark Thunder prison was filled with terrifying lightning and dark power which affected the space inside. It was a bit chaotic, which made Chumu's plan of using the profound of space to use the inverse space step to escape failed. After all, even though he had refined the profound of space to the limit of the 9th transformation, he still didn't have a deep understanding of the profound of space. So far, Chumu hadn't created a sword skill based on the profound of space. He slashed out with his sword. Gold and green merged together. Second grade, mortal grade, earth breaching sword skill, wind beheading. In terms of power, among all the second grade, mortal grade sword skills that Chumu had mastered, the wind beheading was the strongest. All kinds of sword skills were the combination of sword intent and profound meaning, and were released in a special way. The Thunder Fire Annihilation and Firestorm Will were all like that, and so was the Wind Slayer sword skill. The only difference was the mountain shaking energy. The mountain quaking energy was a special kind of power. At least until now, Chumu still couldn't use the mountain quaking energy like a sword light. There had to be something to carry it, and it had to be a physical body. Energy bodies couldn't do it. Once it was carried, it would collapse. Therefore, the wind beheading sword skill was a close combat sword skill. Of course, without the mountain quaking energy, the wind beheading sword skill could also be used as a long-distance attack, but its power wouldn't be as strong. Under the extreme mountain quaking energy, the edge of the no-return sword vibrated at a high frequency. Its cutting power reached a terrifying level. Like a chainsaw cutting through an iron pipe, countless sparks flew out. The bars of the Dark Thunder prison shook, and the black lightning on it also shook. Ming Xie and the other two only smiled disdainfully. They didn't care and continued to condense seals. In their eyes, Chumu was just fighting like a cornered beast. So strong! Under the wind beheading sword, Chumu received a powerful backlash. The power of lightning and darkness attacked him, but they were all shattered by him. If I were to use a grade 3 sword skill, I might be able to break it with a single strike. However, the grade 3 sword skill that I created doesn't seem to be suitable for this. Chumu felt a little helpless. The rank 3 sword technique that he had just created was not perfect enough and had not been tested in actual combat. What he could be sure of was that its power was definitely stronger than Wind Slayer. However, if he were to use it in such a small environment, it was very likely that he would hurt himself. There was no such thing as a sword technique not harming anyone. Once it was affected, everyone would be affected, unless one's control over the sword technique had reached a godlike level. At least for now, Chumu didn't think he could do it. Since that was the case, he would continue to use Wind Slayer. The sword of no return slashed out once again, slashing at the position of the first sword. Chumu swung his sword extremely quickly. When he was in the limit realm, his continuous bursts were extremely shocking. When he used a sword skill, he could also achieve continuous bursts. Every time Chumu slashed out, the bars of the Dark Thunder prison would definitely vibrate. The frequency of the vibrations increased, and gradually Ming Xie and the other two felt that something was wrong. If this continued, it was very likely that Chumu would break out of the Dark Thunder prison. At that time, it would be even more difficult to capture him alive. They wanted to speed up the formation of the seal, but this was a king-level seal. It was already difficult for the three of them to cast it together, so speeding it up was even more impossible. They could only hope that they could cast it before Chumu broke out of the Dark Thunder prison. Break! With a shout, Chumu slashed out again. This time, the color of the sword was even more resplendent. It slashed at the already chipped bars of the Dark Thunder prison with Chumu's unstoppable will. With a cracking sound and countless sparks flying, one of the bars of the Dark Thunder prison was immediately cut apart. The dark thunder prison became incomplete. The chaotic lightning and dark power inside poured out. At the same time, the three geniuses of the underworld god clan also completed their seals. With a shout, they pushed forward. 3 black seals spun and flew towards Chumu. At the same time, Chumu raised his foot and took a step forward. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. Ming Xie and the other 2 stared with their eyes wide open, hoping that the curse mark would land on Chumu's body. In an instant, the curse imprint was imprinted on Chumu's body as it wished. However, Chumu's body quickly faded. It was just an afterimage. Go all out and kill him. Ming Xie made a prompt decision. Chumu was very strong. He exceeded the intelligence reports. They couldn't capture him alive. They could only kill him. Although the value was lower, it was still better than letting Chumu escape. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying auras gushed out of the 3 geniuses' bodies. The tomb shook as if it was about to shatter. Since they could kill Chumu, they didn't have anything to worry about. They went all out. Chumu didn't have any intention of escaping. He had the same idea as them, to kill them. Killing such a strong enemy should give my sword embryo a lot of nutrients. Chumu appeared outside the tomb and slashed out with the sword of no return. At that moment, sword skills and curses constantly clashed in the passageway of the tomb. There were huge explosions. Terrifying energies of various colors surged out. Chumu was only one person, while his opponents were 3. They were the true geniuses of the underworld god clan. Each one of them could be his opponent on their own. Ming Xie in particular was the strongest. He could completely threaten Chumu. As a result, his battle with them was a battle of life and death. Chumu had to be completely focused and squeeze out every bit of his potential. He attacked, dodged, and blocked. All of his actions were done naturally. His movements flowed like water, becoming smoother and smoother. A battle of life and death was the best way to train a person. This was also the first time Chumu had used the 9 revolutions, sword intent, and mysteries to fight. It was extremely satisfying. Finding an opportunity, Chumu prepared a bit. Wind, fire, and earth mysteries poured into the sword of no return. Under Chumu's control, the 3 powers began to fuse, finally forming a new, terrifying power. Then, using a unique method, Chumu slashed out. The new power instantly disappeared. Then, under the feet of the 3 underworld god clan members, the shadow of a volcano seemed to appear. In an instant, a flood of magma that had accumulated for 100 years gushed out. Rumbling sounds rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The terrifying flood of magma descended with a world-destroying momentum. The hard ground of the tomb shattered in an instant. The 9 revolutions, sword intent, and 3 9 revolutions mysteries had fused into a 3rd grade sword skill. It was a 3rd grade, human class, heaven-shocking sword skill. Its power was unbelievably strong. As soon as Chumu used this 3rd grade, human class, heaven-shocking sword skill, Ming Xie felt danger. A hair-raising feeling made his entire body tremble. Even his soul trembled. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately dodged and used a defensive spell at the same time. The other 2 geniuses of the underworld god clan reacted a tiny bit slower. A tiny bit was the difference between life and death. With 2 rumbles, the 2 geniuses of the underworld god clan whose robes had been damaged by Chumu were directly hit by the power of the volcanic eruption. From the bottom to the top, they couldn't resist at all. They could only let out 2 miserable cries before they were torn apart by the terrifying magma. Then they were burned by the high-temperature flames and quickly turned black. Ming Xie was also affected. Fortunately, he used a defensive spell in time. His defensive spell was broken, but he was unharmed. Underworld God Dharma Idol. Without the slightest hesitation, Ming Xie used a secret art of the underworld god clan. A black Dharma idol appeared behind him. Heavenly might descended and enveloped the surroundings. It made Chu Mu's body sink, and his blood qi flow became somewhat sluggish. Ming Xie's underworld god Dharma idol was clearly stronger than Ming Luo's. It already had a trace of divine might. After using the underworld god Dharma idol, Ming Xie's overall strength was several times stronger. He used a spell without any delay. His hands formed a seal, and he immediately used a spell. Blue-black wind blades, black-red fireballs, and purple-black lightning were resplendent like fireworks as they continuously bombarded Chu Mu. These spells were all shattered by Chu Mu's sword skill. Counterattack. Ming Xie formed another seal. This time it was slightly slower, but it was an even more powerful spell. It was a spell formed by the fusion of 3 different powers. A black flame swept out like a storm, wanting to burn everything in its path to ashes. With the help of the underworld god Dharma idol, the power of this spell was several times stronger than before. At the same time, Chu Mu used the volcano explosion again. The volcano explosion collided with Ming Xie's spell. The terrifying explosion caused the ancient tomb's ground to shatter completely. Countless cracks spread out. Streaks of charred black smoke rose up. The shockwave wreaked havoc in all directions. Chu Mu hurriedly used a defensive sword skill, Ice Stream. Ice Stream was a second-grade, mortal-class heaven-shaking sword skill formed by the fusion of the profound of water and profound of ice. It formed a stream of ice stream that wrapped around Chu Mu's body, resisting the terrifyingly high-temperature attack. Under the attack, the ice stream cracked and then melted. However, it gave Chu Mu enough time to quickly retreat and avoid the shockwave. On the other side, Ming Xie also dodged the shockwave. Chu Mu attacked again. It was still a third-grade mortal-class heaven-shaking sword skill, Volcano Explosion. However, this sword contained a portion of the Earth Core Desolate Flame's power, greatly increasing the power of the volcano explosion. The extreme sense of danger caused Ming Xie's soul to tremble. He hurriedly used a defensive spell, a speed-increasing spell, and other support spells to increase his speed and quickly escape. The hard, ancient tomb's ground once again shattered. The volcano erupted from the ground. A terrifying flood of magma with a trace of bright yellow light spewed out, destroying the heavens and earth. Under the shockwave of the volcano explosion, Ming Xie's defensive spell was directly impacted and was about to collapse. Ming Xie also quickly retreated. His defensive spell was broken, but Ming Xie was not injured at all. Chu Mu couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. If it weren't for the underworld god Dharma idol, the defensive spell wouldn't have been able to block the power of the volcano explosion. Even if Ming Xie didn't die, he would have been heavily injured. However, it was also a good thing to have such a powerful opponent.